Long before the village of Konoha existed, before the 5 great nations drew their borders and called themselves civilized, before there was any system or structure to the chaos of the shinobi world, there was only war. Endless, grinding, merciless war that consumed generations like dry grass beneath an all-consuming flame. In this world of perpetual violence, where children were taught to kill before they were taught to read, where the value of a life was measured by its usefulness on the battlefield, where compassion was weakness and mercy was a luxury that no one could afford, 2 boys found each other on the banks of a river that would one day run red with the blood of their descendants. Hashirama Senju was the heir to a clan that had defined itself through combat, a boy with wild dark hair and an even wilder dream that shinobi could be something more than mercenaries who sold their lives to the highest bidder, that there could exist a world where children did not have to become weapons before they became adults. Madara Uchiha was the youngest of 4 brothers, the sole survivor of a family that had been decimated by the very system Hashirama hoped to change, a child with dark eyes that held depths of sorrow no child should ever know, eyes that had already seen too much death and too little hope. Their first encounters were innocent in a way that nothing else in their lives would ever be again. They met without knowing each other's names, without knowing that their clans were mortal enemies who had spent generations erasing each other from the earth, without knowing that history itself would one day pivot on the axis of their friendship and its eventual, inevitable destruction. They skipped stones across the water and competed to see whose could travel farthest, the simple joy of the game overshadowing the weight of their birth. They climbed trees and raced through forests that were otherwise stained with the violence of their elders, the blood of their ancestors soaking the soil beneath their feet. They spoke of dreams that sounded like madness to anyone who had lived through the Warring States period, dreams of a place where children would not be sent to die before they had lived, where clans would not spend centuries killing each other over grievances that no one remembered, where a shinobi's life would mean something beyond the number of enemies they had killed or the amount of money they could command for their services. Hashirama spoke with the passion of a true believer, his voice rising and falling like the wind through the leaves he would one day claim as his symbol, his eyes bright with a vision that seemed impossible and necessary in equal measure. Madara listened with a skepticism born from loss, from watching his brothers fall one by one, from understanding that the world did not reward hope. But beneath that skepticism was a hunger so deep it terrified him. He wanted to believe. He wanted to believe so badly that he allowed himself to hope, and hope was the most dangerous thing an Uchiha could afford, because hope led to love, and love led to loss, and loss led to the curse of hatred that defined his bloodline. The world they inhabited did not permit such innocence to last. The Senju and Uchiha had been killing each other for so long that neither clan could remember why the hatred had begun, only that it must continue, that the cycle of vengeance was as natural as breathing and as necessary as eating. When Hashirama and Madara finally discovered each other's true identities, it was on a battlefield soaked with the blood of their brothers and fathers, the revelation coming not through words but through the recognition of techniques that had been passed down through generations of opposing clans. The discovery shattered something precious between them, a trust that had been built stone by stone across the riverbank, washed away in an instant by the reality of their birth and the demands of their blood. They parted as enemies, as they were always meant to be, but the memory of their friendship lingered like a phantom limb, aching and haunting and refusing to die completely, even as they grew into leaders of their respective clans and directed their people in the endless cycle of vengeance that defined their era and would define the era to come. Madara lost everything in that war. He watched his 3 brothers fall one by one, each death carving a deeper wound into his soul, each coffin that entered the Uchiha compound pushing him closer to the edge of something dark and terrible that had no name but would soon have a face. The Uchiha were cursed by their own biology, by a dojutsu that responded not to training or discipline or meditation but to trauma, to the specific and devastating trauma of losing someone you loved more than life itself. The Sharingan did not awaken through study or practice. It awakened through pain, through the desperate, crushing grief of separation, through the unbearable knowledge that someone you would have died for was gone forever and would never return. Madara's eyes evolved with every death, spinning from single tomo to 2, from 2 to 3, until finally, in the moment of his last brother Izuna's death at the hands of Tobirama Senju, they began to transform into something that had not been seen in generations. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Eyes that could see the invisible, do the impossible, and reshape reality itself according to the will of their bearer. But power always demands payment, and the Mangekyo's price was blindness, the slow and inevitable deterioration of vision that turned the world into a blur of shadows and made the faces of the dead clearer than the faces of the living. Izuna's death was the final breaking point, the moment when whatever remained of Madara's hope was extinguished forever. Madara took his brother's eyes to restore his own sight, an act that was considered taboo even among the Uchiha, a violation of the natural order that spoke to the depth of his desperation. In doing so, he obtained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, eyes that would never go blind, that would see forever with perfect clarity. But what he saw was a world that had taken everything from him. His brothers. His innocence. His hope. The friendship with Hashirama that had been the only light in his darkness. And what he saw, he hated with a purity that would define the rest of his existence, a hatred so refined and so complete that it became indistinguishable from his very identity. He hated the Senju for their strength, the world for its cruelty, and himself most of all for ever believing that peace was possible, for ever allowing himself to be vulnerable enough to love and lose. The curse of hatred, which the Uchiha clan had carried since their ancestors' rejection by his brother, found its perfect vessel in Madara. He would not rest until the world paid for his pain, until every village that had been built on the bones of the Uchiha was reduced to ash, until the very concept of shinobi was erased from history and replaced with something that could never cause the suffering he had endured. But before the hatred consumed him completely, before he became the monster that would haunt the world for generations, there was one last attempt at salvation. Hashirama, who had never stopped believing in their dream, who had carried the memory of their friendship like a sacred relic, reached out one final time. He offered Madara something unprecedented in the history of the shinobi world. An alliance. Not just between two clans, but between two visions of the future, between the possibility of peace and the reality of war. Hashirama proposed that they build a village together, a place where children would not have to die on battlefields, where the strong would protect the weak instead of preying upon them, where the endless cycle of vengeance could finally be broken by the simple act of choosing something different. He offered Madara not just peace, but partnership. Co-foundership of a new kind of community that would change the world, that would prove that the shinobi were capable of something beyond violence. And for a moment, a brief, shining moment that would haunt both men for the rest of their lives, Madara almost accepted. He almost chose hope over hatred, friendship over blood, future over past. But the moment passed, and with it passed the last chance for a different ending. The founding of Konoha was supposed to be the triumph of hope over history, the moment when two enemies proved that they could become something more than the sum of their grievances. The village hidden in the leaves rose from the forest like a dream given physical form, a collection of clans that had once been enemies now living beneath the same roof, bound by loyalty to something larger than their bloodlines. The Uchiha came, bringing their fire techniques and their proud history and their eyes that could see through deception. The Senju came, bringing their wood release and their healing abilities and their inexhaustible optimism. The Hyuga came, and the Aburame, and the Akimichi, and the Nara, and the Yamanaka, and dozens of smaller clans that had spent generations fighting each other now finding themselves neighbors, classmates, comrades in a cause that transcended their individual histories. Hashirama stood before the gathered shinobi of the land and offered a new way of organizing society, a new paradigm that would reshape the world. Not endless war for endless pay, but service to a village, a country, a system where strength was pledged to protect a home rather than sold to destroy someone else's. For a time, it worked. The village flourished in ways that seemed almost miraculous. Children played in streets that had once been battlefields, their laughter echoing where screams had once dominated. Shinobi trained not to kill each other but to protect their neighbors, to serve as guardians rather than mercenaries. The very concept of a ninja village, with its structured ranks and its centralized authority, spread to other nations, and the 5 great shinobi countries were born from the template that Konoha provided. But the peace was fragile, built on foundations that had not been fully cleansed of the blood that had soaked them for generations, resting on assumptions that had never been tested and trust that had never been earned. And Madara, who had agreed to the founding with a heart that was already half broken, watched as the village he had helped create began to turn away from him, as the dream he had invested in became something he no longer recognized. The other clans did not trust the Uchiha. They whispered about the curse of hatred, about the instability of the Sharingan, about the danger of allowing a clan with such power to hold positions of authority. They praised Hashirama's vision while side-eyeing Madara's presence, their gratitude for peace tempered by their fear of the eyes that could see through their lies. They looked at the Uchiha police force and saw not protectors but jailers, not servants but masters waiting to assert their dominance. Madara heard those whispers and felt the old wound of his brother's death reopen, felt the rejection like a physical blow that confirmed every fear he had ever had about the world's inability to accept the Uchiha as anything other than weapons and monsters. He had given everything to this dream of peace, had swallowed his grief and his pride and his very identity as a warrior, and still they looked at him with suspicion. Still they feared the Uchiha. Still they whispered. The breaking point came with the selection of the first Hokage. Hashirama was the obvious choice, the man whose charisma and strength had made the village possible, the leader who could unite the disparate clans beneath a single banner and a single vision. But Madara had expected to be chosen as his equal, his partner, his co-ruler in the new world they had built together. Instead, he was passed over. The village council, the representatives of the various clans, looked at Madara and saw not a founder but a threat, not a hero but a danger waiting to manifest. They saw the Uchiha's history of violence, Madara's own reputation for ruthlessness, and they chose safety over justice, comfort over truth. Hashirama tried to intervene, tried to offer Madara the position anyway, tried to remind everyone that without Madara's strength and vision, without the Uchiha's sacrifice and power, the village would never have existed. But the damage was done. Madara felt the rejection like a confirmation of every fear he had ever had, proof that the world would never accept the Uchiha as anything other than tools to be used and discarded. He made his final choice on a cliff overlooking the village he had helped build, the village that had rejected him. If the world would not accept him as a leader in peace, he would force it to accept him as a conqueror in war. He challenged Hashirama to one last battle, a confrontation that would decide not just their personal fates but the future of the shinobi world, that would determine whether peace or hatred would define the era to come. They met at a place that would become known as the Valley of the End, a vast canyon carved by the forces of their conflict, a monument to the failure of their friendship and the impossibility of their dream. The battle was apocalyptic in scope. Two men who had once shared their lunches now unleashing techniques that could reshape the landscape and redefine the limits of human power. Hashiramas would release summoned forests from bare rock, living wood that sought to bind and crush, that grew and regenerated with a will of its own. Madara's perfect Susanoo rose like a titan of chakra, wielding blades that could split mountains and shields that could deflect the forces of nature. The tailed beasts were summoned, the earth itself was torn asunder, and for a time, it seemed that the world might end in the fury of their reunion, that their conflict would consume everything and leave nothing behind but scars. In the end, Hashirama stood victorious. He did not kill Madara, though he could have, though the battle had given him every right to end the threat once and for all. Instead, he offered one last hand of friendship, one last chance to turn back from the abyss, one last opportunity to choose peace over destruction. But Madara was too far gone. He had spent his entire life losing the people he loved, and now he had lost his best friend too, not to death but to the very peace they had tried to create together, not to an enemy but to a system that had no place for him. He rejected Hashirama's hand with a bitterness that would poison the ground beneath their feet for generations, a rejection that echoed through time and would find its answer in the suffering of every Uchiha who came after. And though Hashirama believed he had killed Madara in the battle that followed, though the world celebrated the death of the Uchiha traitor and the preservation of their new peace, Madara did not die. He crawled from that valley with a new purpose, with plans that would take decades to unfold, with a hatred that had been refined by defeat into something patient, calculating, and infinitely more dangerous than the rage that had driven him before. Madara's fall was not an ending. It was a beginning disguised as an ending, a transformation that the world would not recognize until it was too late. He retreated into the shadows, sustained by the ghetto statue and his own indomitable will, and he began to build a new vision. Not peace through cooperation, which had failed, but peace through control. The infinite Tsukuyomi, a genjutsu cast on the moon itself, that would trap every living being in a perfect dream where their pain would cease and their happiness would be eternal, where no one would ever have to suffer loss or grief or the unbearable weight of reality. It was a lie, but it was a beautiful lie, and Madara was willing to spend his life and the lives of countless others to make it real. He watched from the darkness as Konoha grew, as the Uchiha clan settled into their role as the village's police force, as the very system he had warned against took shape and solidified. And he waited. He waited for a successor. A broken child who could be rebuilt into a weapon. A vessel for his will. A tragedy waiting to happen, a pain waiting to be born. The Uchiha clan continued to live in their corner of Konoha, growing in number and skill, serving the village with distinction on the battlefield and in the streets. But they were always separate. Always watched. Always feared. The grudge born in the Valley of the End did not die with Madara. It passed into the soil of Konoha like a toxin, into the minds of every Hokage who wondered if the clan with the cursed eyes could truly be trusted, into the policies that slowly pushed the Uchiha to the edges of the village both physically and politically. The Nine-Tails attack, which would come years later, would be the final straw, the event that transformed suspicion into policy and set the stage for the massacre that would end the clan forever. But that was still in the future. For now, there was only the slow burn of resentment, the gathering of darkness, and the birth of children who would love too much and lose too much and become the architects of their own destruction. Obito Uchiha was nobody special. That was the first thing anyone noticed about him, and it was the last thing anyone would remember before the world changed forever. He was the black sheep of the Uchiha clan in an era when the clan itself was becoming the black sheep of Konoha, a boy who seemed to embody everything that the Uchiha were not supposed to be. He was clumsy in a way that seemed almost deliberate, as if his body refused to cooperate with the simplest instructions, as if the universe itself conspired to make him look foolish. He was perpetually late to everything, not out of disrespect but out of a genuine inability to manage time, to plan ahead, to exist in the structured world that ninjas were supposed to inhabit with discipline and precision. He was terrible at ninja tools, his shuriken flying in directions that had nothing to do with his targets, his kunai slipping from fingers that seemed to have been designed for anything except combat. He wore goggles that made him look ridiculous, oversized and perpetually smudged, as if he were trying to see the world through a fog that never cleared, a blur that matched his understanding of his place in the universe. But beneath the clumsiness and the lateness and the terrible aim, beneath the goggles and the excuses and the constant failures, Obito Uchiha had a heart that was larger than his body could contain, and that heart would be his salvation and his doom, the source of his greatest strength and his most devastating weakness. He wanted to become Hokage. Not because he craved power or recognition in the abstract sense, not because he wanted to rule or command or be feared. But because he wanted to be seen. He wanted the villagers to stop looking at him with the polite disappointment they reserved for children who would never amount to anything, the gentle condescension that hurt more than any insult. He wanted to prove that an Uchiha could be loved for something other than their eyes, their techniques, their capacity for violence. He wanted to protect his friends, because Obito loved with the desperate, all-consuming intensity that defined his bloodline, even if he did not yet know that love was his inheritance and his curse, the gift that would elevate him above his peers and the burden that would eventually destroy him. He loved his grandmother, who had raised him after his parents died in the war, with a devotion that made him swallow his loneliness and pretend he was fine, that made him smile when he wanted to cry and work when he wanted to give up. He loved his clan, even when they looked at him with the same disappointment as the villagers, because they were his blood, his connection to something larger than himself, his link to a history that he did not fully understand but felt in his bones. And most of all, he loved the idea of friendship, of bonds that could not be broken by death or distance or time, because he had lost so much already and could not bear to lose more, because the absence of connection was a wound that never healed and never stopped hurting. He was placed on Team Minato, under the command of a prodigy barely older than himself who was already legendary throughout the shinobi world. Minato Namikaze was the yellow flash of Konoha, a man so fast that battlefields emptied at the rumor of his arrival, so skilled that enemy nations had issued orders to flee on sight rather than engage, so brilliant that he was already being groomed for leadership. His presence on a team of genin was itself a statement about Konoha's investment in the next generation, a promise that these children would be trained by the best because the village's future depended on their strength, because the wars had taken too many and the survivors needed to be exceptional. Obito's teammates were Rin Noera, a medical ninja with gentle hands and an unbreakable will that she hid behind a smile that could stop wars, and Kakashi Hatake, a boy genius who had already lost everything and responded by closing himself off to everything that might hurt him again, by building walls so high and so thick that no one could breach them. Kakashi was everything Obito was not. Precise where Obito was clumsy. Efficient where Obito was emotional. Cold where Obito was warm. He had graduated from the academy at age 5, become a chunin at 6, and carried himself with the discipline of someone who had never known childhood, who had been forced into adulthood before he had learned to be a child. His father, Tsukumo Hatake, had been a legendary ninja who had chosen to save his comrades rather than complete a mission, and the village had punished him for it with whispers and ostracization until Tsukumo had taken his own life, leaving Kakashi alone in a world that valued success over loyalty. Kakashi had learned from his father's death that emotion was weakness, that rules existed for a reason, and that attachments were liabilities that would get you killed, that would destroy you from the inside out. He followed the ninja code with a rigidity that bordered on obsession, and he looked at Obito's constant emotional outbursts with a disdain that cut deeper than any blade, a contempt that masked his own fear of feeling anything at all. They clashed constantly. Obito's hot temper against Kakashi's frozen disdain, Rin's gentle mediation barely keeping them from killing each other during training, barely preventing the conflicts from escalating into something that could not be taken back. Obito would rush into situations without thinking, driven by his heart rather than his head, and Kakashi would criticize him for endangering the team, for putting emotion above mission, for being weak in a world that punished weakness. Kakashi would calculate the odds and choose the mission over the comrade, and Obito would call him heartless, a machine rather than a human being, a shell that had forgotten how to feel. Their arguments were loud and frequent and exhausting, and Minato would watch them with an expression that was half amused and half concerned, knowing that the bonds they were forming through conflict were stronger than the easy friendships that never faced a test, that never had to choose between comfort and truth. But beneath the bickering, beneath the insults and the competition and the constant one-upmanship, something was forming. Something fragile and precious and terrifying. A team. A family. People who would notice if Obito disappeared, who would come looking for him, who would care whether he lived or died. Rin was the heart of that team. She saw through Kakashi's armor to the boy who was terrified of losing anyone else, who had built walls so high because he could not bear to bury another person he loved, who had decided that the only way to survive was to never care again. She saw through Obito's bravado to the boy who was terrified of being worthless, who measured his entire existence by whether he was useful to the people around him, who needed to be needed more than he needed to breathe. She healed their wounds, physical and emotional, with a gentleness that never condescended and a strength that never wavered. When Obito failed a technique, Rin encouraged him to try again, to keep going, to believe in himself even when the evidence suggested he shouldn't. When Kakashi pushed himself too hard, Rin made him rest, made him eat, made him acknowledge that he was human and humans had limits. When the two boys fought, Rin mediated with a patience that seemed infinite, finding compromises that satisfied both sides without either having to admit defeat, without either having to lose face. She was the glue that held them together, the center of gravity around which they orbited, and both boys loved her for it in ways they did not fully understand, in ways that would define their lives and their deaths. Obito fell in love with Rin. Not the shallow crush of a schoolboy who liked a girl's smile or her hair or the way she laughed, though he liked all of those things. It was the deep, irrevocable love that the Uchiha were capable of, the kind of love that moved mountains or burned villages, that rewired a person's entire existence around the presence of another human being. He loved her quietly at first, then desperately, then with every fiber of his being. He loved the way she healed people without asking for anything in return, the way she gave her chakra and her time and her concern freely to anyone who needed it. He loved the way she believed in him even when he failed, especially when he failed, because her belief was not based on his success but on his potential, on the person she saw beneath the clumsiness and the excuses. He loved the way she looked at Kakashi not with the admiration that everyone else showed, but with a concern that saw the cracks in his perfect facade, the wounds that he tried to hide. And most of all, he loved her smile, because when Rin smiled, the world seemed less terrible, the war seemed less endless, and the future seemed less like a grave waiting to be filled. His love for her became the organizing principle of his life. He trained harder, not to surpass Kakashi, but to be strong enough to protect her. He studied medical ninjutsu techniques in his spare time, not because he had any talent for them, but because he wanted to understand what she did, to share in her world, to be able to help her help others. He memorized her favorite foods, her habits, the way she tucked her hair behind her ear when she was concentrating, the way she bit her lip when she was worried. He would have died for her without hesitation, not as a grand gesture but as a simple fact, as obvious as breathing, as natural as his heartbeat. And when the Third Shinobi World War came and Team Minato was sent to destroy the Kanobi Bridge behind enemy lines, Obito went not because he cared about the strategic importance of the mission, not because he understood the tactical necessity, but because Rin was going, and where Rin went, he would follow, to the ends of the earth and beyond. The Kanobi Bridge mission was supposed to be simple. Cut off the enemy's supply line, return home, celebrate another victory for Konoha. But war is never simple, and the simplicity of the mission brief was the first indication that something was wrong, that the world was about to intrude on Obito's fragile happiness with a violence that would shatter everything. They were ambushed by a Wagakure ninja almost immediately after crossing into enemy territory, separated by explosions and enemy tactics that suggested their movements had been anticipated, that someone had betrayed them or that their intelligence had been flawed. Kakashi lost his left eye protecting Obito from a kunai that would have pierced his skull, and Obito, watching his friend fall, felt something inside him crack open like a dam breaking. The Sharingan awakened in his right eye, two tomo spinning with a ferocity that surprised even him, and he cut through the enemy with a precision that had nothing to do with training and everything to do with desperation, with the need to protect, with the refusal to lose anyone else. But the victory was hollow. The cave they had retreated into began to collapse, the result of enemy explosives that had weakened the structural integrity of the mountain, that had turned their shelter into a death trap. A boulder the size of a house fell from the ceiling, pinning Obito's right side to the ground with a force that crushed his ribs and made breathing an agony, that destroyed his body beyond any hope of escape. He could not move. He could not free himself. He looked at Kakashi and Rin through the dust and the darkness, and he understood that this was the end. Not the end he had imagined, not a glorious death on the battlefield that would be remembered in songs and stories, but a stupid, pointless death in a cave that would become his tomb, that would erase him from history before he had a chance to become anything. He looked at Kakashi, who was bleeding from his destroyed eye, and he made his choice. He gave Kakashi his remaining Sharingan eye, transplanting it into the socket where Kakashi's own eye had been destroyed. He told Rin to run. He told them both to live. He told them to protect each other, because he could not protect them anymore. And then the rocks came down, tons of stone and earth that buried Obito Uchiha alive, another casualty in a war that consumed children like kindling and never asked their names, never mourned their loss, never acknowledged their sacrifice. But Obito did not die. That was the horror of it. That was the moment when tragedy turned into something far worse than death, when loss became the beginning of a nightmare that would engulf the world. He woke in a cave of stone and roots, his body half crushed, his right side destroyed beyond any hope of conventional healing, kept alive by the will of an old man who had been waiting for exactly this moment, who had planned for exactly this outcome. Madara Uchiha, ancient beyond reason, sustained by the Gedo statue and his own bottomless hatred, had been watching the world through shadows for decades. He had seen the failure of his revolution, the betrayal of his clan, the way Konoha had absorbed the Uchiha and diluted their fire into obedience. He had seen the wars that continued despite the village system, the children who continued to die despite the promises of peace, and he had concluded that the world was irredeemable, that humanity was incapable of saving itself, that the only solution was to end the world and replace it with a dream. And he had been waiting for a successor. A vessel for his will. A broken child who could be rebuilt into a weapon capable of finishing what Madara had started. Madara grafted the white Zetsu matter onto Obito's destroyed body, replacing his flesh with something alien and powerful that could regenerate from almost any wound, that could reshape itself according to need. He replaced Obito's crushed right side with the Hashirama cells that gave the white Zetsu their regenerative abilities, creating a hybrid of Uchiha and Senju that should not have existed, a fusion of the two great bloodlines that had defined the shinobi world. He trained Obito in secret, teaching him techniques that had been lost to history, showing him the true nature of the shinobi world through a lens of endless cynicism and despair. He spoke of the infinite Tsukuyomi, a dream world where no one would ever have to feel pain again, where Rin could smile forever and Kakashi would never have to mourn and Obito would never have to be afraid. It was a lie, but it was a beautiful lie, and Obito was broken enough to believe it because the alternative was accepting that Rin was living in a world without him, that his sacrifice had meant nothing, that he had been forgotten by the people he loved, that he was just another casualty in a war that did not care about his name. Then came the day that destroyed whatever remained of Obito Uchiha. He escaped Madara's cave, determined to return to his friends, to see Rin's face one more time, to tell Kakashi that he was alive and that the Sharingan was a gift, not a debt. He fought through enemy lines with his new body, moving faster than he ever had before, his heart pounding with a hope he had not felt since the cave collapsed, since the world had ended. He reached the battlefield where his team was fighting, and he saw them. Kakashi. And Rin. And the Chidori in Kakashi's hand, lightning white and unstoppable, punching through Rin's chest with a sound that Obito would hear in his nightmares for the rest of his existence, that would echo in his mind until the day he died. Time stopped. The world stopped. Obito watched the girl he loved die by the hand of his best friend, and in that moment, the last light in his soul went out. He did not know the full story. He did not know that Rin had chosen to die, that she had been captured by Kirigakure ninja and made into the Three-Tails Jinchuriki as a weapon against Konoha, that she had thrown herself at Kakashi's technique to prevent the beast from being unleashed on the village she loved, that she had sacrificed herself to save the world she believed in. He only knew what his eyes told him. The world had taken everything from him again. His body. His clan. His friends. And now, finally, his heart. The world was a place where good people died and killers walked free, and love was just a word that children used before they learned better, before the world taught them that caring was the first step towards suffering. The world was hell, and Obito had been foolish enough to believe he could escape it, that he could be happy, that he could be loved. He slaughtered the enemy ninja around him with a violence that went beyond combat, beyond war, beyond any human emotion. It was annihilation. The wood release that Madara had given him tore through flesh and bone with the mindless hunger of a forest consuming a corpse, with the indifferent cruelty of nature itself. Branches erupted from his body, impaling enemies, crushing them, breaking them into pieces so small they could not be identified, so thoroughly destroyed that they ceased to exist as anything but stains on the ground. He crushed them, impaled them, broke them, and when it was over, when the battlefield was silent except for the sound of his own ragged breathing, he stood in a field of blood and wept tears that were not human anymore. They were black with the Zetsu matter that had replaced his tears, and they fell on the ground like poison, like the physical manifestation of his grief. He returned to Madara's cave and accepted the mask. The spiral mask that would hide his face and his identity and his humanity, that would turn him into something other than a person. He accepted the name. Toby. The fool. The mask within the mask. He accepted the mission. If the world was a place of infinite suffering, then the only mercy was to end the world. He would become the darkness that consumed the light. He would finish what Madara had started. He would bring the infinite Tsukuyomi and give humanity the only peace it deserved. The peace of a dream. The peace of death disguised as sleep. And he would start by destroying the system that had made Rin's death necessary, He would start with Konoha. He would start with the Uchiha clan that had never protected him, with the village that had never loved him, with the brotherhood that had failed when it mattered most. Obito Uchiha died at Kanabi Bridge. The man who rose from that cave was something else entirely. A ghost with a purpose. A tragedy with a knife. The hidden hand that would reach through history and shape the fate of nations, not for power, not for glory, but because he could not bear to live in a world where Rin was dead. He was the first victim of the Uchiha curse in the modern era, and he would be the architect of countless others. He would manipulate the Akatsuki from the shadows, turning a revolutionary organization into a tool of his will. He would unleash the Nine Tails upon Konoha, an attack that would be blamed on the Uchiha and push them to the brink of extinction. He would set in motion the events that would force a 13-year-old boy to murder his entire family. And he would do it all with a broken heart that had never learned how to heal, wearing a mask with a single eye hole, looking at the world through a Sharingan that remembered every detail of the girl he could not save. Itachi Uchiha was born into a world that had barely stopped bleeding. The Third Shinobi World War had ended months before his birth, but its scars ran deep in the soil of every nation, in the minds of every soldier who had survived, in the policies of every village that had sent children to die and called it duty, that had sacrificed the future for the present and called it necessary. The hospital where he was born still smelled of antiseptic and blood, the walls still bearing the marks of the wounded who had overflowed from the battlefield, the floors still stained with the fluids of survival and death. His first breath was taken in a world that had learned nothing from its suffering, that had signed treaties and declared peace while sharpening knives for the next conflict, that had looked at the devastation and decided that the only solution was more of the same. And Itachi, from the very beginning, was different from the other children who shared that nursery. He did not cry. He looked. He looked at the nurses with eyes that seemed too aware, too knowing, too burdened by an understanding that should have taken decades to acquire, that should have been earned through experience rather than inherited through blood. He was 4 years old when he saw his first corpse. Not a body on a battlefield, but a man who had been a shinobi, now just meat and bone and the empty stare of someone who had seen the other side, who had crossed the threshold that separated the living from the dead and found nothing there but silence. Most children would have screamed. Most children would have run to their parents and buried their faces and tried to forget, to erase the image from their minds with the resilience of youth. Itachi did none of those things. He stood there, 4 years old, and he understood something that most adults never learned, that most people went their entire lives without comprehending. He understood that death was not an event. It was a condition. It was the truth that lay beneath every smile, every promise, every moment of peace, the reality that made all other realities temporary. And he understood, with a clarity that would define his entire existence, that the shinobi world was a machine built to produce corpses, and that he was just another cog in that machine waiting to be ground down, waiting to be used up and discarded like all the others. That understanding did not make him cold. It made him careful. It made him watchful. It made him determined to find a way to protect the people he loved from the machine that would inevitably consume them, that had already consumed so many and would not stop until it was stopped. He was not a normal child. That much was obvious from the beginning, though the adults around him mistook his silence for shyness and his watchfulness for discipline, his maturity for training rather than trauma. He walked before he crawled, spoke in full sentences before most children knew their first words, and demonstrated a comprehension of complex concepts that made his teachers uncomfortable, that made them wonder if they were looking at a prodigy or a freak, a blessing or a curse. He activated his Sharingan at 8 years old after watching his teammate Tenma Izumo die on a mission, the eyes spinning to life not out of hatred for the enemy who had thrown the kunai, but out of the unbearable grief of loss, out of the desperate need to understand why, to see what had happened, to prevent it from happening again. But Itachi's genius was not his greatest burden. His greatest burden was his capacity for love. He loved too deeply, too completely, too desperately for a world that punished such love with death and separation and the slow erosion of hope, that turned affection into weakness and attachment into liability. He loved his parents, Fugaku and Mikoto, who saw in him the future of the clan and the restoration of Uchiha pride. Fugaku was the clan head, a man who carried the weight of his people's history on shoulders that had grown stooped beneath the burden, whose eyes held the weight of generations of loss and resentment. He looked at Itachi and saw not just a son but a weapon, a prodigy who could restore the Uchiha to their rightful place at the center of Konoha's power structure, who could undo the damage that had been done by years of isolation and suspicion. Mikoto was softer, gentler, a woman who saw in Itachi the same sensitivity that she had learned to hide for the sake of survival, the same emotional depth that the clan considered a weakness but that she recognized as his greatest strength. She held him when he was afraid, though he was rarely afraid, and she worried about him in ways that Fugaku did not, sensing that her son's brilliance was a candle burning at both ends, that his light would shine brightly but briefly, that he was consuming himself in the service of others. Itachi loved them both, loved them with a ferocity that he never showed, because showing it would have made him vulnerable, and vulnerability was a luxury he could not afford in a world that devoured the weak. He loved his friends, Shisui most of all, who understood what it meant to bear the weight of the clan's future, who carried the same burden and felt the same despair. Shisui was the prodigy of the previous generation, the man with the Mangekyo Sharingan that could control minds without the victim ever knowing, that could place commands so subtle they seemed like the victim's own thoughts. He and Itachi were like brothers in a way that went beyond blood, bound by a shared vision of what the Uchiha could be and a shared despair at what they were becoming, at the way their clan was being pushed toward a confrontation that neither could prevent. They trained together by the river that ran through the clan compound, practiced shuriken until their arms ached, and spoke of a future where the Uchiha would be accepted rather than feared, where their eyes would be assets rather than threats, where their children could grow up without the weight of history on their backs. It was a dream as fragile as it was necessary, and both boys knew it was probably impossible, that the forces arrayed against them were too strong and the prejudices too deep. But they held on to it anyway, because without that dream, there was only the reality of the clan's isolation and the village's suspicion, and that reality was too dark to face alone, too heavy to carry without help. And above all, beyond all, Itachi loved his little brother Sasuke with an intensity that bordered on obsession, that defined his every action and motivated his every choice. Sasuke was born when Itachi was 5 years old, and from the first moment Itachi held him in the hospital nursery, from the first time he looked into those dark eyes that held no knowledge of the world's cruelty, he knew that this child was the only pure thing in his life. Sasuke was not yet marked by the clan's history, not yet burdened by the village's suspicions, not yet aware of the curse that ran in his blood and would define his existence. He was just a baby with dark eyes and a quiet nature, and Itachi swore to himself that he would protect that innocence even if it cost him everything, even if he had to destroy himself to preserve it, even if he had to become the very thing he hated to keep it safe. He taught Sasuke to walk, to speak, to throw his first shuriken. He carried him on his shoulders through the clan compound, showing him off to neighbors with a pride that was the only unguarded emotion Itachi ever displayed, the only time he allowed himself to be fully human. He poked Sasuke's forehead gently whenever he was too busy to play, a gesture that meant I'm sorry and I love you and maybe next time all at once, a language that only they understood. And every night, before he went to sleep, Itachi would look in on Sasuke and make sure he was breathing, make sure he was safe, make sure the world had not yet touched him with its cruelty, had not yet stained him with its darkness. But innocence does not last in Konoha, especially not for an Uchiha. Itachi grew up in a clan that was respected but isolated, honored but feared, a contradiction that defined their existence and poisoned their future. The Uchiha police force maintained order in the village, patrolling the streets with their distinctive crests and their sharp eyes, but their presence was a reminder of the power that Konoha both needed and feared, both relied upon and resented. The clan compound was a gilded cage, beautiful in its architecture, suffocating in its atmosphere, a prison disguised as a home. The buildings were traditional, elegant, designed to evoke the glory of the Uchiha's past, but the walls felt too close and the air felt too thin, as if the compound were slowly running out of oxygen. Itachi trained with his father, learned the clan's history, mastered fire techniques and shuriken jutsu with an ease that made the elders whisper about his potential and his future and the restoration of their glory, about the return of the Uchiha to their rightful place. He joined the academy and graduated at the top of his class in a single year, a feat that had never been accomplished before and would likely never be accomplished again. He was placed on a genin team, went on missions, killed his first enemy at age 7, and watched his first friend die at age 8. Tenma Izumo. A boy with a loud laugh and big dreams of becoming a legendary ninja, cut down by an enemy ambush during a routine patrol that should have been safe. Itachi's Sharingan awakened in the aftermath, not out of hatred for the enemy who had thrown the kunai, but out of the unbearable grief of loss, out of the desperate need to understand why good people died while bad people lived. That was the Uchiha curse in its purest form. Not the desire for revenge, though that was part of it. Not the lust for power, though that came with it. The true curse was the inability to bear the absence of love, the devastating recognition that the people who made life worth living could be taken away in an instant, and that the world would keep turning without them. The clan saw Itachi's eyes and rejoiced. Another prodigy. Another weapon. Another step toward the restoration of Uchiha glory. The elders spoke of him in hushed tones, predicting that he would surpass even Madara in power, that he would be the one to finally break the clan's cycle of decline and restore them to dominance. But Itachi saw his eyes and wept. He wept alone, in the darkness of his room, where no one could see, because an Uchiha did not show weakness, because a shinobi did not show emotion, because Itachi Uchiha was already learning that his tears were a luxury he could not afford, that his grief was a vulnerability that could be exploited. He wept because he understood what the Sharingan meant. It meant that he had lost something precious. It meant that the world had taken another piece of his soul, and that it would keep taking until there was nothing left. It meant that he was becoming what the world needed him to be, a weapon rather than a person, and that the process was irreversible, that every activation of his eyes was a step away from humanity and toward something colder and harder and more terrible. He threw himself into training with a desperation that looked like dedication, that fooled everyone except perhaps Mikoto into believing that he was simply motivated, simply driven, simply committed to his craft. He mastered the great fireball technique at age 5, a feat that usually took years of practice and physical development. He learned the clan's secret techniques, studied the history of the Sharingan, pushed his body and mind to limits that made his teachers worry and his father proud. But it was never about pride for Itachi. It was never about glory or recognition or the restoration of the clan's name. It was about control. If he was strong enough, fast enough, smart enough, maybe he could protect the people he loved. Maybe he could keep Sasuke safe. Maybe he could prevent the future he saw coming like a storm on the horizon, a future of fire and blood and the end of everything he held dear, the destruction of his clan and the death of his brother and the complete annihilation of his world. Shisui tried to stop the darkness from gathering. Shisui, with his Koto Amatsukami, the ultimate genjutsu that could place a command so subtle that the victim believed it was their own idea, that could change the course of history without anyone knowing it had been changed. He planned to use it on Fugaku, to make the clan head abandon the coup without ever knowing he had been influenced, without ever suspecting that his own mind had been tampered with. It was a desperate gambit, a violation of everything Shisui believed in as a ninja and as a person, but he was willing to pay that price for peace, to sacrifice his principles and his honor and his own free will if it meant preventing the war that would destroy their clan. But Danzo Shimura was not willing to take the chance. Danzo, the leader of the Foundation, the shadow arm of Konoha's intelligence apparatus, believed in control above all else, in the absolute necessity of power unchecked by morality or mercy. He ambushed Shisui on the riverbank where he and Itachi had trained together so many times, where they had laughed and dreamed and hoped for a better future. Danzo took his right eye for the power it contained, and drove him to the edge of death with a ruthlessness that was indistinguishable from malice, that treated Shisui not as a person but as a resource to be harvested. Shisui escaped, barely, his body broken, his eye stolen, his hope shattered into pieces that could never be reassembled. He found Itachi by the river, the same river where they had shared their dreams, and he gave Itachi his remaining eye, entrusted him with the future of the clan, with the responsibility that he could no longer bear. And then he threw himself into the water, disappearing beneath the surface without a struggle, without a fight, accepting his end with the same grace that had defined his life. Another Uchiha who loved too much. Another Uchiha who could not bear the weight of what the world demanded, who chose death over becoming the thing the world wanted him to become. Itachi stood on that riverbank and watched the water close over his best friend, and he understood that he was alone now. Completely, irrevocably alone, with a power he did not want and a responsibility he could not escape. The eye in his hand was warm, pulsing with the last of Shirsui's chakra, and Itachi knew that he would have to use it someday. He would have to become the thing Shirsui had refused to become. He would have to make the choice that Shirsui had tried to avoid. And he would have to make it alone, without guidance, without support, without anyone to catch him when he fell. The tension in the clan compound grew with every passing month, like a pressure cooker with no release valve, like a storm gathering strength with no sign of breaking. Meetings became more frequent, more heated, more dangerous. The police force began to arm itself beyond normal protocols, stockpiling weapons and intelligence in preparation for the conflict that everyone knew was coming, that no one could prevent. Fugaku Uchiha, Itachi's father and the clan head, was at the center of it. Not because he was a warmonger, but because he was a realist who had run out of options, who had tried every other path and found them all blocked. He saw the way the village looked at his people, the way the Hokage's office kept them at arm's length, the way their compound had been moved to the edges of the village after the Ninetales attack, as if they were contaminants that needed to be quarantined, as if their very presence was a threat to the public health. He saw the writing on the wall, and he believed that the only way to save the Uchiha was to seize power before power was taken from them, to strike before they were struck. It was not madness. It was logic, cold and brutal, the logic of a man who had watched his clan's pride become his clan's chains and was determined to break those chains by any means necessary, even if it meant breaking the village itself. But Itachi saw what his father could not. He saw that a coup would not save the Uchiha. It would destroy them. The village would not tolerate an insurrection, not after the Ninetales attack, not after years of suspicion and isolation that had hardened into policy. The other clans would not side with the Uchiha. The Hyuga would remain neutral at best, watching from their compound with eyes that saw everything and did nothing. The Aburame and Nara and Akimichi would side with the village out of self-preservation, out of the rational calculation that their survival depended on the system's stability. And the Hokage, whoever held that title, would be forced to respond with overwhelming force, to crush the rebellion before it could spread, to make an example of the Uchiha that would deter future insurrections. The coup would end in a civil war that would tear Konoha apart, and the Uchiha would be exterminated, every man, woman, and child, until the name was nothing but a memory and a warning to future generations, a cautionary tale about the dangers of pride and the consequences of resistance. Itachi tried to warn his father. He spoke to him in private, begged him to consider negotiation, to reach out to the Hokage, to find a compromise that would spare them all. But Fugaku heard only the voice of a child who did not understand politics, who did not see the danger that surrounded them, who still believed that the world could be reasoned with, that people could be trusted to do the right thing. And perhaps Fugaku was right. Perhaps the world could not be reasoned with. Perhaps the Uchiha were already doomed from the moment Madara left the village, from the moment the Ninetales attack had been blamed on them, from the moment they were pushed to the edges of Konoha and told to be grateful for the privilege of survival, for the mercy of slow extinction rather than quick annihilation. Itachi was 13 years old when he was recruited into the ANBU Black Ops, the elite force that served the Hokage directly and carried out the missions that could not be acknowledged, the operations that existed only in whispers and shadows. It was an honor. It was a trap. It was the moment when Itachi's life split in two, when he became a double agent in the most terrible sense of the word, serving two masters who would eventually demand that he choose between them. To the Uchiha clan, he was their eyes and ears in the Hokage's inner circle, a source of intelligence that would guide their revolution and warn them of any preemptive strikes. To the Hokage and the village elders, he was a loyal weapon who would report on his clan's treason and help prevent it from destroying the village they had all built. To himself, he was a boy drowning in impossible choices, carrying secrets that would have broken a grown man, walking a tightrope over an abyss with no safety net and no destination except tragedy, except the inevitable moment when he would have to choose and that choice would destroy him. He reported to Danzo Shimura, the leader of the Foundation, a man who had sacrificed his humanity for the village's security so long ago that he no longer remembered what humanity felt like, that he no longer recognized it in others. Danzo did not see Itachi as a child. He saw him as a tool. A prodigy with the emotional stability to do what needed to be done, no matter the cost, no matter the consequence, no matter the damage to his own soul. A weapon that could be pointed and fired without the complications of conscience or hesitation, without the weakness of empathy or doubt. And Danzo had a plan for what needed to be done. A plan that had been forming since the Nine-Tails attack, since the Uchiha's isolation, since the first whispers of discontent had reached his ears. A plan that would haunt Itachi for the rest of his life, however short that life would be, and would define his existence in ways that even the Mangekyo Sharingan could not fully illuminate, that even his prodigious intellect could not fully comprehend. The order came not long after Shirsue's death. It came from the Hokage's office, though it had Danzo's fingerprints all over it, delivered with the cold precision of a surgical strike, the emotional detachment of a man ordering the disposal of unwanted animals. The Uchiha clan was planning a coup. The coup could not be allowed to proceed. The village could not survive a civil war, not with the other nations watching and waiting for weakness, not with the scars of the Third War still fresh and bleeding. The Uchiha had to be eliminated. Every single one of them. It was not justice. It was arithmetic. The cold math of survival, where one clan's extinction was preferable to a village's destruction, where the many outweighed the few in a calculation that had no room for mercy or compassion or the value of individual lives. And Itachi, 13 years old, ANBU captain, double agent, prodigy, child, was given the mission. He would be the one to do it. He would slaughter his family, his friends, his neighbors, his entire world, and in exchange, the village would spare one life. Sasuke. His brother. The only person Itachi loved enough to destroy himself for. Itachi did not refuse. That was the horror. That was the moment when the tragedy became irreversible, when the path was set and there was no turning back. He did not refuse because he understood what refusal meant. If he said no, Danzo would send someone else. The Foundation would do the job, efficiently, thoroughly, without mercy or hesitation, without the precision that Itachi could provide, without the care that he would take to minimize suffering. They would kill everyone, every Uchiha, every witness, every memory, every trace of the clan's existence. And then they would kill Sasuke too, because he was an Uchiha, because he was a witness, because a loyal weapon that refused an order was just another target that needed to be eliminated, another loose end that needed to be tied. If Itachi accepted, if he became the monster they needed him to be, Sasuke would live. Sasuke would grow up. Sasuke would have a future, even if that future was built on a lie, even if that future was stained with the blood of his clan, even if that future required him to hate his brother for the rest of his life. It was the only choice that led to anything other than total annihilation. It was the choice that would break the world, but it was the only choice that saved the one thing Itachi could not bear to lose. He planned it with the same meticulous care he brought to every mission, the same attention to detail that had made him a legend before his voice had deepened. He studied the compound's layout until he could navigate it blindfolded, until he knew every corridor and every room and every hiding place. He memorized the guard rotations, the sleeping patterns, the escape routes, the weak points in the security that he himself had helped design. He knew every person he would kill. He knew their names, their faces, the sound of their voices, the way they laughed and argued and lived. He had eaten at their tables, trained in their dojos, played with their children, celebrated their festivals, mourned their dead. And he would kill them all in a single night, silently, efficiently, without mercy because mercy would break him, without hesitation because hesitation would kill him, without emotion because emotion would destroy the precision that was necessary to prevent war, to prevent the coup, to prevent the greater tragedy that would follow if he failed. The night of the massacre was clear and cold, the moon hanging over Konoha like a witness that could not look away, that was too horrified to intervene, that could only watch in silent judgment as the worst crime in the village's history unfolded beneath its light. Itachi moved through the compound like a ghost, like a reaper, like the death he had always known was coming, the death he had been preparing for since he first understood the world. He started with the guards, the ones who would raise the alarm, the ones who trusted him because he was one of them, because he was the clan's prodigy, because he would never betray his own blood. He moved to the elders, the planners of the coup, the ones who had pushed the clan toward this end with their pride and their resentment and their inability to see beyond their own grievances, who had turned a community into an army and a family into a weapon. He moved to the shinobi, the warriors who might fight back, who might force him to make noise, to draw attention, to fail in the one mission that could not be failed. And then he moved to the civilians. The mothers who had cooked him meals. The fathers who had taught him techniques. The children who had done nothing wrong except be born Uchiha, except inherit eyes that the world feared, except exist in a place that had decided they could not be allowed to exist anymore. He killed them in their beds, in their kitchens, in their doorways as they ran, eyes wide with terror, mouths open in screams that never made it past their throats, that were cut short by blades and fire and genjutsu. He killed them with kunai and with fire and with genjutsu that made them see their worst nightmares before the end, that trapped them in illusions of happiness while he ended their lives, that gave them a final moment of peace before the darkness. He killed them with a Sharingan that wept blood even as his face remained a mask of perfect, terrible calm, even as his heart was breaking into pieces that would never be whole again. And through it all, through every life he took, through every familiar face that went slack in death, through every body that fell to the ground, he held one thought in his mind like a lifeline, like a prayer, like the only thing keeping him from joining the dead he was creating. Sasuke. Sasuke at school, Sasuke training, Sasuke waiting for his big brother to come home. Sasuke, who had no part in the coup, who knew nothing of the clan's plans, who was innocent in every way that mattered. Sasuke, who would survive because Itachi was strong enough to become a monster. The thought did not make the killing easier. Nothing could have made it easier. But it made it possible. It gave him a reason to keep moving, to keep swinging, to keep looking into the eyes of people he had loved and watching the light go out, knowing that one light would remain, that one life would be spared, that his sacrifice would mean something. He found his parents last. Fugaku and Mikoto, in their bedroom, waiting for him. They knew. They had always known, perhaps not the specifics of what Danzo had ordered, but the shape of what was coming, the inevitability of their fate. They had seen the darkness gathering, had felt the isolation closing in, had understood that their clan's path led only to destruction, that their pride had become their doom. Fugaku had his Mangekyo Sharingan active, the eyes that marked him as clan head, as revolutionary, as father. But he did not fight. He looked at his son, the child who had been born to restore the clan, now the man who would end it, and he understood. He understood that Itachi had chosen the village over his blood, that he had seen a future Fugaku was too proud to see, that he was sacrificing everything to prevent a war that would have destroyed everything. Mikoto wept, but she did not beg. She asked only one thing. Take care of Sasuke. And Itachi, his hands shaking for the first time that night, his composure cracking like ice on a river in spring, promised her that he would. He promised with a voice that did not sound like his own, a voice that belonged to a stranger, and then he killed them. He killed his mother, who had held him when he was afraid. He killed his father, who had taught him to throw his first shuriken. He killed them quickly, because after everything, they were still his parents, and he could not bear to make them suffer, could not bear to prolong their pain even as he was destroying his own soul. The compound burned. Itachi had set the fires himself, not out of malice but out of necessity, to destroy the evidence, to make it look like the work of a lone madman rather than a systematic execution, to protect the secret that would protect Sasuke. The flames climbed into the night sky, painting the clouds the color of blood, and Itachi stood in the center of the inferno and waited for Sasuke to come home. He did not have to wait long. Sasuke, returning from his training at the academy, saw the smoke and ran. He ran through streets that were suddenly empty, past houses that were suddenly silent, toward a home that was suddenly a tomb, a graveyard, a place of death rather than life. He found Itachi standing in the doorway, covered in blood that was not his own, eyes red in the firelight, and for a moment, Sasuke did not understand. He was 7 years old. He was not capable of understanding what he was seeing, what he was witnessing, what was being done to him. He asked where their parents were. He asked why Itachi was crying blood. He asked what had happened, and Itachi answered him with a genjutsu that showed him everything. The bodies. The blood. The death. The end of the world compressed into a single, infinite moment of horror that would replay in his mind for the rest of his life, that would define his existence and shape his future. But Itachi did not kill him. That was the last act of love in a night filled with murder, the final gesture of a brother who had given everything to protect the one person he could not bear to lose. He told Sasuke to live. He told him to hate him, to grow strong, to seek him out and kill him when he was ready. He told him these things because it was the only way to make Sasuke's survival meaningful. If Sasuke knew the truth, if he knew that Itachi had sacrificed everything to protect him, the guilt would destroy him. The village would destroy him. Danzo would destroy him. The only way for Sasuke to live was for him to believe that his brother was a monster, that the massacre was an act of madness, that there was no deeper purpose behind the horror, no justification for the unthinkable. Hatred would keep Sasuke alive. Hatred would give him a reason to train, to grow, to become strong enough to survive in a world that had already taken everything from him. And when Sasuke was strong enough, when he finally killed Itachi, he would be free. Free of the past, free of the curse, free to live a life that Itachi could never have, free to be what Itachi could never be. Itachi left Konoha that night as a criminal. The village proclaimed him a mass murderer, a traitor, a psychopath who had slaughtered his clan out of some twisted desire to test his own power, to prove his strength by destroying the weak. The Uchiha name became synonymous with tragedy, with the danger of unchecked ability, with the folly of loving too deeply in a world that punished love. Itachi joined the Akatsuki, the organization of rogue ninjas that threatened the peace of the entire world, and he played his part as the villain with a perfection that was indistinguishable from sincerity, that fooled even his closest allies. He wore the black cloak with red clouds. He stood beside men who were monsters in truth, Kisame Hoshigaki and the others, and he became one of them in the eyes of the world. He killed when he had to, threatened when he needed to, played the role of the heartless killer with a dedication that would have been admirable if it had not been so devastating, if it had not been built on a foundation of lies and sacrifice. But beneath the mask, Itachi was dying. The Mangekyo Sharingan that he had awakened that night was slowly destroying him, eating his vision from the inside, draining his life force with every use, turning his eyes from windows to the soul into instruments of his own destruction. He was going blind. He was coughing blood. He was living on borrowed time, and he knew it with a clarity that made every moment precious and every breath a countdown, that turned his existence into a race against a clock that he could not see but could feel ticking. Every mission he took, every battle he fought, every step he took away from Konoha was a step toward the grave he had dug for himself, the grave he had chosen when he chose Sasuke's life over his own. But he did not stop. He could not stop. Because Sasuke was still alive, still growing, still hating, and Itachi had to stay alive long enough for Sasuke to find him. He had to be the villain that Sasuke needed to kill. He had to be the final obstacle, the last test, the demon at the end of the road that would make his brother a hero. It was the only ending that made sense of the massacre. It was the only way for Itachi's sacrifice to mean anything at all. So he waited. He watched from the shadows as Sasuke grew from a traumatized child into a vengeful young man. He monitored his brother's progress through intelligence networks and spies, feeling a pride he could not show and a grief he could not express, a love that had to remain hidden to remain effective. He saw Sasuke leave the academy, join Team 7, form bonds with Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno and Kakashi Hatake. He saw his brother smile again, however rarely, however briefly, and it broke his heart to know that those smiles would one day be replaced by the same hatred that had consumed Obito, that would consume them all. But that was the price. That was always the price. Sasuke would lose his innocence, would lose his friends, would lose himself in the pursuit of vengeance, but he would survive. He would live in a world that Itachi had paid for with his soul. And perhaps, one day, far in the future, when Itachi was dead and Sasuke was free, his brother would understand. Would forgive. Would remember the boy who had loved him enough to become a monster, and would find some measure of peace in that memory. Itachi's exile was not a punishment. It was a continuation of the massacre by other means, a death sentence carried out in slow motion over years rather than minutes. Every day he lived as a traitor was a day he died a little more. Every person he deceived was another weight on a conscience that was already crushed beneath the weight of hundreds of corpses. Every time he looked in a mirror and saw the red eyes of a killer, he remembered the faces of the people he had loved, the voices that would never speak again, the home that was now ash and memory. He carried those memories like chains, dragging them behind him across the countries of the shinobi world, never putting them down, never allowing himself the mercy of forgetting. Because forgetting would be a betrayal. Because the dead deserved to be remembered, even if the remembering was a torture worse than any physical pain, even if it meant reliving the massacre every night in dreams that were as real as the original. Itachi Uchiha had become the thing he hated most. A killer. A traitor. A ghost haunting the world he had sacrificed everything to protect. And he would remain that ghost until Sasuke was strong enough to lay him to rest. Sasuke Uchiha did not become a ninja to protect the village. He did not become a ninja to make friends or earn respect or serve some abstract ideal of peace that had never protected his family, that had never saved his clan, that had never been there when he needed it most. He became a ninja because there was a hole inside him where his family used to be, a void that no amount of training or achievement could fill, and he believed, with the absolute certainty of a child who has seen the worst the world can offer, that the only way to fill that hole was to kill the man who had made it. Itachi was not just his brother anymore. He was the shape of Sasuke's pain, the personification of his trauma, the target at the center of a life that had otherwise lost all meaning. Every breath Sasuke took was a breath he would use to hunt Itachi. Every technique he learned was a technique he would use to surpass Itachi. Every moment of weakness, every flicker of doubt, every impulse to be a normal child with normal dreams, he crushed beneath the weight of his vow. He would not rest. He would not forgive. He would not forget. Not until Itachi's blood stained his hands and the Uchiha clan's death was avenged with the death of the one who had caused it. He trained with a desperation that frightened his teachers. He mastered the great fireball technique at age 7, the same age Itachi had, but where Itachi had learned it out of potential and natural talent, Sasuke learned it out of need, out of a hunger so deep it felt like starvation, like his very soul was demanding sustenance that only strength could provide. He pushed his body past its limits every single day, running until his lungs burned and his legs gave out, throwing shuriken until his fingers bled and his arms cramped, practicing hand signs until he could form them in his sleep and wake up with his hands still moving through the seals, still seeking the perfection that would make him strong enough. He graduated at the top of his academy class, not because he was the most talented, though he was talented, but because he was the most driven, the most desperate, the most willing to sacrifice everything for the goal that defined him. The other students saw a cool, aloof genius who never seemed to try and always succeeded. They did not see the boy who woke up screaming in the middle of the night, reliving the massacre in dreams that felt more real than waking, more vivid than memory, more painful than the original wound because in the dreams he could never save anyone, never fight back, never do anything but watch and scream and suffer. Team 7 should have changed him. Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja who had lost his own team and his own sense of purpose, saw in Sasuke a reflection of the boy he had once been, the boy who had believed that strength alone could protect the people he loved, who had learned the hard way that strength was never enough. Kakashi tried to teach him differently, tried to show him that bonds were not weaknesses but strengths, that a ninja who had something to protect was stronger than one who had nothing to lose, that the will of fire was not just a slogan but a way of life that had saved countless people. Naruto Uzumaki, the orphan who had never known family and craved it with an intensity that matched Sasuke's craving for vengeance, reached out with a friendship that was as persistent as it was genuine, as stubborn as it was sincere. Naruto did not understand Sasuke's pain, but he understood loneliness, and he refused to let Sasuke suffer it alone, refused to accept that Sasuke was beyond saving. Sakura Haruno, with her crush and her concern and her growing strength, provided a connection to normalcy that Sasuke had never allowed himself, reminder that there was a world beyond revenge where people cared about him for reasons that had nothing to do with his eyes or his trauma. For a time, it worked. For a time, Sasuke felt something other than hatred. He felt the warmth of teamwork during the Land of Waves mission, when he threw himself in front of Naruto to protect him from Haku's needles, when he understood that there were people worth protecting even if they were not his family, even if they could not replace what he had lost. He felt the pride of protecting someone during the Chunin exams, when he fought for his team against enemies that should have overwhelmed him, when he discovered that he was capable of more than vengeance, that he could be a hero as well as an avenger. He felt, however briefly, that there might be a life beyond revenge, a future where he was not defined by the night his brother destroyed his world, where he could be Sasuke rather than the last Uchiha, a person rather than a weapon. But Itachi would not let him forget. Itachi returned to Konoha after years of silence, years of absence, years of Sasuke building a fragile shell around his wound, and he shattered that shell with a casualness that was more devastating than any technique, more cruel than any weapon. It was not a reunion. It was an execution of hope. Itachi came not to apologize, not to explain, not to seek forgiveness or understanding, but to remind Sasuke of his place in the world, to demonstrate that the gap between them was not closing but widening, that Sasuke's progress was an illusion and his strength was a joke. He found Sasuke in a tea shop, the most mundane of settings, a place of normalcy in a world that had denied Sasuke any normalcy, and in that mundane setting he committed an act of violence so precise, so overwhelming, that it reduced Sasuke from a promising young ninja to a terrified child in the span of seconds. The Tsukuyomi. Itachi's Mangekyo technique that trapped the victim in an illusion where time was compressed and pain was infinite, where reality became a playground for the torturer's imagination and the victim's worst fears. Sasuke lived through the massacre again, not for a night but for what felt like days, weeks, years. He watched his parents die 1,000 times, in 1,000 different ways, each more horrible than the last. He felt the kunai enter his own body 1,000 times, the cold metal piercing his flesh, the blood pouring from his wounds, the life draining from his eyes as he begged for mercy that never came. He screamed until his throat was raw and kept screaming because the genjutsu did not allow for exhaustion or mercy or escape. Itachi made him watch every death, every moment of suffering, every scream that had been cut short on the night of the massacre, and he made Sasuke experience them all as if they were happening for the first time, as if the years of healing had never occurred. When it was over, when Itachi released him from the nightmare and left him twitching on the floor of the tea shop, Sasuke was broken in a way that he had not been since he was 7. All the progress he had made, all the bonds he had formed, all the strength he had built, meant nothing. Itachi had shown him the gap between them, and the gap was a chasm. It was not a difference of skill or experience or training. It was a difference of existence. Itachi was on a level that Sasuke could not reach through normal means, could not bridge through training or determination or will. The only way to close that gap was the way Itachi had closed it. The Mangekyo Sharingan. The eyes that required the death of a loved one to awaken. Sasuke understood the implication, whether Itachi intended it or not. To kill Itachi, he would have to become like Itachi. He would have to embrace the curse that had destroyed their clan. He would have to sacrifice everything he had rebuilt to gain the power to tear down the past, to destroy the monster who had created him. Kakashi tried to stop him. Kakashi, who had faced Itachi himself and been defeated just as thoroughly, who had spent 3 days in the hospital recovering from the same Tsukuyomi that had broken Sasuke, who knew better than anyone what Itachi was capable of. He warned Sasuke about the path of revenge. He told him about Obito, about Rin, about the way hatred consumed everything it touched and left nothing behind but ash and regret, about the way the pursuit of vengeance turned people into monsters that were worse than the monsters they hunted. But Kakashi's words were just words, and Sasuke's wound was not something words could heal, not something reason could reach. Sasuke looked at his teacher and saw a man who had survived loss by burying it, by becoming functional but never whole, by accepting a life of compromise and regret. Sasuke did not want to survive. He wanted to win. He wanted to look into Itachi's eyes and see fear instead of that terrible, infinite pity. He wanted to make his brother pay for every tear, every scream, every night of terror that had defined his existence since the massacre. The gap between brothers was not just physical or technical. It was existential. Itachi had moved through the world for years as a ghost, carrying secrets that would have destroyed lesser men, maintaining a facade of cruelty that was indistinguishable from the real thing, that had fooled everyone including those closest to him. Sasuke had no secrets. His hatred was naked, raw, exposed for the world to see. He wore it like armor, letting it define his every action, his every relationship, his every thought. Where Itachi had hidden his love beneath layers of deception so deep that even he sometimes forgot what was real, Sasuke broadcast his pain like a beacon, a warning to anyone who might try to get close to him. And that difference, that contrast between hidden love and open hate, was what made their eventual collision inevitable. They were two sides of the same coin, the Uchiha curse expressed in opposite forms, and the world could not contain them both. One would have to destroy the other. That was the only way the story could end. That was the only way either of them could find peace. Sasuke's massacre flashback was not a single memory. It was a living thing inside him, a parasite that fed on his present and consumed his future, that grew stronger with every attempt to suppress it. He remembered the way the compound had smelled that night, of smoke and blood and something else, something sweet and terrible that he later learned was the scent of death itself, the particular odor of bodies that had been violated and lives that had been extinguished. He remembered the silence, the absolute absence of sound in a place that had always been full of life, of children playing and adults talking and the general hum of a community that had existed for generations. The silence was worse than any scream. It was the silence of a graveyard, of a tomb, of a world that had ended while he was away, that had been destroyed in his absence. He remembered finding his parents, the way their bodies had been arranged, the peaceful expression on their faces that was more horrible than any scream because it meant they had not fought, they had accepted their end, they had let Itachi kill them. He remembered the blood on the walls, not random splatters but deliberate patterns, as if Itachi had been painting a picture of the clan's extinction, creating a work of art from their suffering. He remembered the Sharingan in Itachi's eyes, spinning with a malevolence that had no explanation, no justification, no human quality whatsoever. And he remembered the forehead poke. That poke. That casual, almost affectionate gesture that Itachi had used throughout their childhood to say I'm sorry, or maybe next time, or I love you but I can't show it. Itachi had poked his forehead that night, his finger leaving a smear of blood on Sasuke's skin, and had said those terrible words. Live. Hate me. Grow strong. And when you have the same eyes as me, come find me. It was not a threat. It was a promise. A promise that the nightmare was not over, that the worst was yet to come, that Sasuke's entire life would be defined by the pursuit of a confrontation that would destroy them both. Sasuke had carried that poke like a brand, a physical reminder of his weakness, his helplessness, his inability to stop the monster who had murdered everyone he loved. And he had sworn, with every beat of his heart, that the next time Itachi touched him, it would be with a fist, and Sasuke would be ready to answer with a blade. The hunt began not with a plan but with a breaking point. Sasuke had left Konoha, left his team, left the fragile normalcy he had built, because staying meant accepting a life that did not include vengeance, that did not lead to the confrontation he had been promised. He could not accept that. He would not accept that. The bonds he had formed, the friendships he had almost allowed himself to cherish, were severed with a coldness that shocked everyone who knew him, that broke hearts and destroyed trust. He gathered a team of his own, the remnants of Orochimaru's experiments, misfits and monsters who served his purpose without requiring his loyalty, without demanding his affection. He trained under Orochimaru, the snake Sannin who promised power in exchange for everything else, who saw in Sasuke the perfect vessel for his immortal soul, the body that could house his consciousness for eternity. Orochimaru taught him techniques that Konoha never would, forbidden jutsu that twisted the body and soul, cursed seals that unlocked power at the cost of humanity, that turned the user into something more than human and less than human at the same time. Sasuke took it all, absorbed it like a sponge, let the darkness in because the darkness was the only thing that could match the darkness Itachi carried, the only thing that could bridge the gap between them. He killed Orochimaru, or thought he did, absorbing his power and his followers into a team that was less about loyalty and more about utility, less about bonds and more about function. Suigetsu, with his liquid body and his bloodlust, his casual cruelty and his surprising depth. Karen, with her sensory abilities and her obsession, her intelligence and her vulnerability. Yugo, with his cursed seal and his gentle soul trapped in a violent body, his kindness and his rage. They were tools for the hunt, nothing more, interchangeable parts in a machine whose sole purpose was to find and destroy Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke did not want friends. He wanted weapons. He wanted speed and strength and the ability to track Itachi across any distance, through any obstacle, to the ends of the earth if necessary. And when he finally found his brother's trail, when the intelligence networks and the bounty hunters and the sheer force of his obsession led him to a hideout in the land of lightning, he did not hesitate. He did not pause to consider what he would say, what he would feel, whether he was ready. He had been ready for this moment since he was 7 years old. He had rehearsed it in his mind a million times, a billion times, every possible variation, every possible outcome, every possible way the confrontation could unfold. And now it was here. The moment he had lived for. The moment he might die for. The collision of two brothers who had been set on a collision course by a tragedy that predated their birth. The fight began with words that were not words at all but weapons sharpened by years of pain, by the accumulation of grievances that had no outlet except violence. Itachi stood in the doorway of the Akatsuki hideout, calm, collected, wearing the same expression he had worn the night of the massacre, and Sasuke felt his hatred crystallize into something pure and terrible, something that had no room for doubt or hesitation. He attacked without warning, without preamble, Chidori screaming in his hand, lightning bending to his will, and Itachi blocked it with a casualness that was either a testament to his skill or a deliberate provocation designed to remind Sasuke of his place, to demonstrate that the gap was still there, still vast, still unbridgeable. They exchanged blows, fire against lightning, Sharingan against Sharingan, brother against brother, and the world around them ceased to exist. There was only the fight, only the years of pain and preparation culminating in this single, infinite moment. Sasuke was faster than he had been, stronger, more skilled, his body honed by Orochimaru's experiments and his own relentless drive. But Itachi was still ahead, still reading his moves, still countering with techniques that Sasuke had never seen, still moving with an economy of motion that made Sasuke's efforts look wasteful, that made his power seem crude and unrefined. The gap had narrowed, but it had not closed. And Sasuke realized, with a sinking feeling in his stomach that tasted like bile and despair, that Itachi was holding back. Even now, even in the fight that would decide their fates, his brother was not using his full power, was not taking him seriously, was treating him like a child who needed to be taught a lesson. The battle escalated through stages that felt like movements in a symphony of destruction, each more terrible than the last, each building on the one before until the crescendo seemed like it would destroy the world. Genjutsu layered upon genjutsu, reality and illusion becoming indistinguishable as both brothers tried to trap the other in mental prisons, in nightmares of their own design. Sasuke broke free of Tsukuyomi, something that should have been impossible, something that defied everything Itachi had planned, everything he had believed about his brother's limitations. And for a moment he saw something in Itachi's eyes that he did not understand. Surprise? Pride? Regret? A mixture of all three, so fleeting that Sasuke almost convinced himself he had imagined it, but the moment lingered like a ghost in the room, like a whisper of truth beneath the lies. Itachi unleashed Amaterasu, black flames that burned with the heat of the sun and the persistence of hatred itself, flames that consumed everything they touched and could not be extinguished by water or wind or any conventional means, flames that represented the burning of the world itself. Sasuke barely escaped, his body singed, his clothes smoking, his desperation mounting with every passing second. He summoned Kirin, a technique that called down actual lightning from the sky, channeling the power of nature itself into a spear of destruction that should have ended any fight, that should have reduced any opponent to ash and memory. The hideout exploded. The mountain shook. The sky itself seemed to weep fire and thunder. And Itachi. Itachi rose from the rubble. Wounded, yes. Tired, yes. His cloak torn, his body battered, his breath coming in ragged gasps that spoke of damage accumulated over years rather than minutes. But alive. And now, finally, he stopped holding back. Susanoo. The ultimate technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan, a manifestation of the user's will as a towering warrior of chakra, armored and armed and terrible in its beauty, in its power, in its implication. Itachi's Susanoo rose like a god of death from the wreckage of their battle, its form massive and imposing, armed with the Tatsuka blade that could seal anything it touched into an eternal dream and the Yata mirror that could deflect any attack, no matter how powerful, no matter how desperate. It was not just a technique. It was a statement. Itachi had been carrying this power all along, had been capable of ending the fight in seconds from the very beginning, and yet he had let it drag on, had let Sasuke believe he had a chance, had let the battle build to this crescendo of destruction. And Sasuke, exhausted, chakra depleted, running on nothing but hatred and adrenaline and the last dregs of his strength, understood that he was going to die. Not because Itachi was stronger, though he was, but because Itachi had always been stronger, had always known more, had always been 3 moves ahead on a board that Sasuke was only now learning to read. But the end, when it came, was not what anyone expected. Itachi's Susanoo faltered. The massive form flickered, the armor cracked, and blood poured from Itachi's eyes, not in the controlled way of Mangekyo use but in the desperate way of a body that had reached its absolute limit, that had nothing left to give, that was running on fumes and willpower alone. Sasuke watched, uncomprehending, as his brother, the monster who had haunted his dreams for a decade, stumbled forward, raised a hand, and poked his forehead. The same poke. The same gesture from the night of the massacre. The same gesture that had marked Sasuke as weak, as helpless, as a child who could not protect his family. And then Itachi collapsed, fell to his knees, and died with a smile on his face that was not a killer's smile. It was a brother's smile. It was the smile of a boy who had finally finished his homework, who had kept his promise, who had protected the person he loved most in the world. It was a smile of relief, of release, of a burden finally laid down. Sasuke stood over the body of the man he had spent his life hating, and he felt nothing. Not triumph. Not satisfaction. Not the closure he had been promised by every moment of training, every sacrifice, every step he had taken toward this confrontation. Just emptiness. A void where hatred had lived for so long that its absence was more painful than its presence. He had killed Itachi, or Itachi had died, and either way the result was the same. The target was gone. The purpose was gone. The reason he had woken up every morning, trained until he bled, sacrificed his humanity and his bonds and his soul, was lying on the ground in front of him, and it meant nothing. The victory was hollow. The revenge was ashes. Sasuke collapsed, his body finally giving out after pushing beyond every limit, his mind shutting down under the weight of an emotion he could not name, and he lay there in the rain that had begun to fall, washing the blood from his face, mixing his tears with the water until he could not tell the difference between grief and rain, between loss and relief, between the end of a nightmare and the beginning of another. The aftermath was confusion. Sasuke woke in a different place, surrounded by different people, his body healed but his mind shattered into pieces that he did not know how to reassemble. Tobi, the masked man who claimed to be Madara Uchiha, was waiting for him with a patience that was more frightening than any threat, with a calmness that suggested he had all the time in the world. And Tobi had a story to tell. A story about Itachi that did not match the monster Sasuke had known. A story that would reframe everything, that would turn Sasuke's world upside down just as thoroughly as the massacre had, that would give him a new target for his hatred and a new reason to keep living. Because if Itachi was not the villain Sasuke had believed him to be, then the real villains were still out there. And Sasuke Uchiha, who had nothing left to lose, would make them pay with a ferocity that would shake the foundations of the shinobi world. Tobi's hideout was a place of shadows and half-truths, fitting for a man who wore a mask that hid more than his face, that concealed an identity so painful it could not be borne without protection. It was a cavern of stone and darkness, lit by flickering torches that cast dancing shadows on walls that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, that seemed to swallow hope along with illumination. The air smelled of damp earth and old blood, and the silence was broken only by the distant sound of water dripping somewhere in the depths of the cave, a rhythm that was almost like a heartbeat, almost like a countdown. Tobi sat across from Sasuke, who was still weak from the battle, still reeling from Itachi's death, still trying to process the emptiness where his hatred had lived and the confusion that had taken its place. And Tobi began to speak. He spoke in a voice that was calm, measured, almost gentle, the voice of a storyteller who had rehearsed this tale many times and knew exactly how it would land, exactly which words would cut the deepest. He spoke of a history that Sasuke had never learned, of a clan that had been pushed to the brink not by their own ambition but by the village's fear, of a system that had created the very monsters it claimed to oppose. He spoke of the Uchiha's isolation after the Ninetales attack, of the way the village had looked at them with suspicion and blame, as if the entire clan had been responsible for the actions of one man, as if their blood itself was a crime. He spoke of the suspicions that had turned to discrimination, the discrimination that had turned to oppression, the slow suffocation of a people who had once been honored as co-founders of the village they now served as jailers, as prisoners in their own home. He spoke of the coup, of Fugaku's desperation, of the clan's decision to seize power before power was taken from them, a decision born not of greed but of survival, not of ambition but of despair, not of pride but of the refusal to die quietly. And he spoke of the order. The order that had come from the Hokage's office, approved by the elders, executed by the one person who could do what needed to be done without destroying the village in the process, without causing the civil war that would have killed everyone. Itachi had been given a choice. Exterminate the Uchiha clan, every man, woman, and child, or watch the Foundation do it without sparing anyone. The village could not survive a civil war. The other nations would invade. Konoha would fall. Thousands would die, not just Uchiha but everyone, civilians and ninja alike, the entire population of the village that Itachi had sworn to protect. Itachi, at 13 years old, had looked at that equation and made the only choice that saved a life. Sasuke's life. He had become a monster so that Sasuke could remain a child. He had accepted eternal damnation so that his brother could have a future. He had killed their parents, their cousins, their neighbors, their entire world, and he had done it with a precision that minimized suffering, that prevented war, that preserved the village at the cost of his own soul. And then he had spent the next 8 years playing the villain, pushing Sasuke to hate him, to grow strong, to become capable of killing him, because that was the only way Sasuke could survive. The only way the truth could stay hidden. The only way the village that had ordered the massacre could remain intact and innocent in the eyes of the world. Sasuke listened to this story in silence. He did not interrupt. He did not rage. He did not throw himself at Tobi in a fury of denial. He sat perfectly still, his face a mask that hid even more than Tobi's spiral concealment, and he felt something inside him break. Not his hatred. That was still there, burning as hot as ever, fed by years of pain and trauma. But the target of his hatred shifted, turned, transformed from a single man to an entire system. Itachi was not the monster. Itachi was the victim. The village was the monster. The elders who had given the order. The Hokage who had approved it. The system that had made such a choice not just possible but necessary, that had created a world where a 13-year-old boy had to choose between genocide and extinction. Sasuke thought of his childhood, of the way the villagers had looked at him with pity and fear, of the way his teachers had tiptoed around his trauma, of the way Konoha had wrapped itself in the banner of peace while ordering the murder of an entire clan. The hypocrisy was staggering. The cruelty was breathtaking. And the waste, the sheer, unbearable waste of Itachi's life, of his love, of his sacrifice, was enough to drive any man to madness. He broke. Not in the way he had broken as a child, with screams and tears and desperate clutching at the remains of his family. He broke in a deeper way, a more fundamental way. The Sasuke who had hunted Itachi out of personal vengeance died in that hideout, and a new Sasuke was born from the ashes of that old self. A Sasuke who understood that individual hatred was not enough. A Sasuke who saw the rot at the center of the shinobi system, the way villages used their ninja and discarded them, the way peace was built on foundations of blood and lies, the way the strong preyed on the weak while calling it protection. He thought of Naruto, his friend, his rival, the person who had tried so hard to pull him back from the abyss with bonds and words and the stubborn refusal to give up. Naruto loved Konoha. Naruto believed in the will of fire. Naruto would never understand why Sasuke had to do what he was going to do. And that understanding, that recognition of the unbridgeable gap between them, was the final severing of Sasuke's last connection to the world he had known. He vowed revenge. Not on Itachi, who was already dead and beyond Sasuke's reach, buried in a grave that Sasuke had dug with his own hatred. But on the village that had made Itachi necessary. On the elders who had hidden behind their desks while a child did their killing. On the system that had produced the Uchiha curse and then punished the Uchiha for being cursed. He would destroy Konoha. He would kill every elder, every politician, every person who had known the truth and kept it secret, who had benefited from Itachi's sacrifice while condemning him as a monster. He would tear down the village that Itachi had died to protect, because that village did not deserve protection. It deserved destruction. It deserved to feel the same pain that the Uchiha had felt. It deserved to burn, not just in the physical sense, though that might be necessary, but in the sense of having its lies exposed, its foundations cracked, its self-righteous image shattered for the entire world to see. Tobi watched this transformation with a satisfaction that he did not bother to hide behind his mask. He had wanted Sasuke to turn against Konoha. He had wanted the last loyal Uchiha to become a weapon against the system that had betrayed his brother. And he had gotten exactly what he wanted, though he did not understand the full depth of what he had created. Sasuke was not a puppet. He was a force of nature, a walking apocalypse fueled by a grief that had no outlet and a rage that had no limit. He would work with the Akatsuki because their goals aligned in the short term, but he would never be truly loyal to them. His loyalty was to the dead. To Itachi. To his parents. To the Uchiha clan that had been erased from history by a village that feared their eyes. And that loyalty would drive him to acts that would shake the foundations of the shinobi world, that would make the Fourth Great Ninja War not just a conflict between nations but a reckoning with the past. The truth about Itachi was devastating because it made the tragedy worse, not better. If Itachi had been a simple monster, Sasuke could have killed him and moved on, found closure in the act of vengeance, built a life on the foundation of justice served. But Itachi was a martyr, a saint, a brother who had loved so completely that he had destroyed himself to save the one person he cared about. And that love, that impossible, devastating love, meant that Sasuke's entire life had been built on a lie. The hatred that had sustained him was based on a false premise. The bonds he had severed, the friends he had abandoned, the humanity he had sacrificed, all of it was for a target that had never existed. And the realization that he had wasted his life hating the one person who had truly loved him, that he had killed his brother without ever understanding him, that he had delivered the final blow to a heart that had already been broken for years, was a guilt that would have destroyed a lesser man. But Sasuke was not destroyed. He was transformed. The guilt became fuel. The grief became a weapon. And the love that Itachi had shown him, the love that had cost the Uchiha clan everything, became the reason to burn the world down. The Fourth Great Ninja War was not Sasuke's war, not at first. It was a war between the allied shinobi forces and the Akatsuki, between the nations that had spent centuries killing each other and the army of the dead that Tobi and Kabuto had unleashed upon the world. Sasuke was occupied with his own vendetta, his own quest to destroy the elders of Konoha, his own descent into a darkness that seemed bottomless and without end. But the war had a way of pulling everyone into its orbit, of forcing confrontations that had been delayed for years, of bringing the dead back to face the living whether either side was ready or not. And for Sasuke Uchiha, the war brought something he had thought impossible. A second chance. A reunion with the brother he had killed. A chance to say the things he had never said, to ask the questions he had never asked, to find some measure of peace in the midst of chaos and death and the end of the world. Itachi had been reanimated by Kabuto's Edo Tensei, the forbidden technique that bound the souls of the dead to living vessels and forced them to fight against their will. It was a desecration, a violation of everything that should have been sacred, a mockery of the peace that Itachi had earned through his sacrifice. And Itachi fought against it with every fiber of his being, with every ounce of will that had allowed him to endure years of torture and isolation, years of playing the villain while protecting the world from the shadows. But the technique was strong, and the control was absolute, and Itachi found himself on the battlefield, facing enemies he had no desire to fight, killing again when he had hoped his killing days were over. He was a puppet, a zombie, a mockery of the life he had lived and the death he had chosen. He moved through the war like a ghost in a ghost's body, fighting against his will, hating every moment of his unnatural existence, and searching for a way to break free, to regain control, to finish what he had started. And then he did. Through the power of Shirsue's eye, which he had hidden in a crow and placed inside Naruto Uzumaki as a contingency against Sasuke's hatred, he managed to override the Edo Tensei's control and regain his free will. For the first time since his death, Itachi Uchiha was truly himself again, master of his own actions, responsible for his own choices, capable of doing what needed to be done rather than what he was forced to do. And the first thing he did with that freedom was to seek out his brother. He moved through the battlefields like a phantom, avoiding the fights that did not concern him, heading toward the one confrontation that mattered more than any war, more than any technique, more than any victory. He found Sasuke in a cave that smelled of death and desperation, where Kabuto was hiding, where the source of the reanimation technique could be found and destroyed. And for the first time since the night of the massacre, the two brothers stood face to face as something other than enemies. Sasuke looked at his brother, at the gray skin and the cracked eyes and the obvious signs of unnatural resurrection, and he felt a rush of emotion so complex that he could not name it, so overwhelming that he could barely stand. Anger. Grief. Joy. Confusion. Love. Regret. All of it mixed together into a single, overwhelming wave that threatened to drown him where he stood. He had killed this man. He had mourned this man. He had learned the truth about this man and hated himself for killing him. He had spent years preparing speeches for Itachi, rehearsing accusations and condemnations, and finally, after learning the truth, questions and apologies and pleas for understanding. But now, faced with the reality of his brother's presence, all those words vanished. There was only the moment, only the two of them, only the years of pain and love that hung in the air like a physical weight, like a storm about to break. Itachi spoke first. He spoke of Kabuto, of the need to stop the reanimation technique, of the greater good that still mattered even in death, even in this unnatural state. But Sasuke did not want to talk about Kabuto. He did not want to talk about the war or the technique or the greater good. He wanted to talk about them. About the massacre. About the truth. About the years of hatred and the moment of understanding that had come too late, after the damage was done, after the killing blow was struck. He demanded answers. He demanded that Itachi explain why he had kept the secret, why he had let Sasuke hate him, why he had carried the burden alone when they could have carried it together, when they could have faced the world as brothers rather than as executioner and victim. And Itachi, for the first time, did not hide behind his mask of indifference. He looked at Sasuke with eyes that held nothing but love, the same love that had driven him to become a monster, and he told the truth. He told Sasuke that he had kept the secret because he was arrogant. Because he had believed, with the certainty of a child who had been called a genius too many times, that he could protect his little brother by controlling every variable, by bearing every weight, by sacrificing his own happiness and reputation and life so that Sasuke would never have to know the darkness of the shinobi world. He had been wrong. He saw that now. By trying to protect Sasuke from pain, he had inflicted a different kind of pain, one that had shaped Sasuke into a man who knew nothing but vengeance. He apologized. Not for the massacre, because given the same choice he would make it again, the math of survival unchanged, the necessity of the act unaltered. But for the lie. For the distance. For the years of silence that had turned brothers into strangers and love into hatred. They fought together. Not against each other, finally, after all the years of opposition and pain, but side by side, Uchiha against a common enemy. It was not the fight that Sasuke had imagined during his years of training, the climactic battle where he would prove his superiority and Itachi would acknowledge his strength. It was better. It was two brothers moving in perfect synchronization, anticipating each other's moves, covering each other's weaknesses, fighting not as master and student or hunter and prey but as equals, as partners, as the team they had never been allowed to be. The Uchiha clan, reduced to two revenants and a vengeful ghost, was nevertheless whole in that cave, whole in a way it had not been since before the massacre, since before the lies, since before the world had torn them apart. They defeated Kabuto, sealed his technique, and with that victory came the knowledge that Itachi's time was limited. The reanimation was breaking. The dead were returning to the dead. And this time, the goodbye would be final. There would be no second chances. No miracles. No more delays. The last moments between the Uchiha brothers were not filled with grand speeches or dramatic declarations. They were quiet, intimate, the kind of moments that had been stolen from them by the massacre and the years of separation and the lies that had kept them apart. Itachi looked at Sasuke, really looked at him, and saw not the child he had protected or the avenger he had created, but the man Sasuke had become. Strong. Determined. Flawed. Human. And he was proud. Proud in a way that he had never allowed himself to be in life, because pride had been a luxury he could not afford when he was playing the villain, when any slip in his facade might have endangered Sasuke or revealed the truth. He reached out, one last time, and poked Sasuke's forehead. The same gesture. The same meaning. I'm sorry. I love you. Goodbye. But this time, there was no blood on his finger. This time, there was no genjutsu waiting to follow. This time, it was just a brother touching his brother, a final connection, a last moment of warmth before the end. Sasuke let him do it. He did not pull away. He did not raise a weapon. He did not flinch or turn away. He accepted the touch, accepted the love, accepted the finality of the moment. And then Itachi began to crumble. The Edo Tensei was releasing its hold, the soul returning to the pure land, the body dissolving into light and ash that rose toward a heaven that Sasuke could not see through the cave roof but could feel in his heart. Itachi smiled, a real smile, not the mask he had worn for so long, not the cold expression of the killer or the distant look of the traitor. It was the smile of the boy who had loved his little brother enough to become a monster, the smile of a man who had finally been forgiven, finally understood, finally released from his burden. He told Sasuke one last thing. He did not have to forgive Konoha. He did not have to accept the village's version of peace. But he should not let his hatred define him. He should find his own path, make his own choices, live his own life beyond the shadow of the Uchiha tragedy. He should be free, truly free, in a way that Itachi had never been. And then he was gone. Dissolved into particles of light that rose toward the sky, leaving nothing behind but the memory of his touch and the echo of his words. Sasuke stood alone in the silence that followed, and he wept. Not the tears of a child who had lost his family, though those were there too, buried deep but never forgotten. Not the tears of a killer who had taken a life, though those were there as well, a guilt that would never fully leave him. These were the tears of a man who had finally understood, too late, the depth of his brother's love. The tragedy of the Uchiha clan was not just that they had been destroyed. It was that their destruction had been born from love. Madara's love for Izuna, which had turned to hatred for the world that took him. Obito's love for Rin, which had turned to madness when she died. Itachi's love for Sasuke, which had turned him into the worst kind of killer. And Sasuke's love for Itachi, which had turned him into an avenger who destroyed everything he touched. Love was the Uchiha curse. Love was the Uchiha blessing. And love was the thread that ran through every tragedy, every massacre, every moment of devastation that had marked the clan's history from its founding to its end. The Uchiha clan was gone. The compound was ash. The name was a memory, a cautionary tale, a tragedy that would be told in whispers for generations to come, a warning about the dangers of unchecked power and the folly of loving too deeply in a world that punished love. But in that cave, in that final moment between two brothers who had loved each other enough to destroy themselves, there was something else. A release. A letting go. A recognition that the cycle did not have to continue, that hatred did not have to be the only inheritance, that the future could be different from the past if someone was strong enough to choose it. Itachi had made his choice, and it had cost him everything he was and everything he could have been. Sasuke would have to make his own choice, and it would cost him something too. But the weight was lighter now. The shadow was shorter. The wound, though it would never fully heal, had finally stopped bleeding. The tragedy was complete. It had begun with two boys throwing stones across a river and ended with two brothers saying goodbye in a cave of death. It had spanned generations, consumed lives, destroyed families, and left nothing behind but memories and regrets and the faint hope that the next generation might learn from the mistakes of the past. The Uchiha clan had been cursed by their own capacity for love, by a world that feared that love, by a system that turned that love into fuel for war and called it duty. They had been founders and outcasts, heroes and villains, protectors and destroyers, saints and monsters. And in the end, they had been human. Flawed, desperate, loving, terrified human beings who had done terrible things for reasons that made sense only to hearts that were breaking. The complete Uchiha clan tragedy was not a story of good and evil. It was a story of love and loss, of the price of peace, of the impossibility of protecting the things you cherish most in a world that demands sacrifice and offers nothing in return but more pain. It was the story of a clan that loved too deeply, saw too clearly, and fell too far. And it was the story of two brothers, separated by fate and reunited by death, who finally found each other in the only place left to them. The end of everything. The beginning of something new. The release that comes only when the tragedy is finally, completely, irrevocably over. The river where Hashirama and Madara had played as children became a border between their clans, a line of demarcation that separated not just territory but destinies. Every time they met after their first encounter, the stones they threw became heavier, the games became more serious, and the laughter became strained by the knowledge of what their families would say if they knew. Hashirama would bring lunches that his mother had prepared, simple meals of rice and fish that tasted like peace, and they would eat together in silence because words had become dangerous, because every sentence carried the weight of their deception. Madara would bring his younger brothers sometimes, Izuna with his bright eyes and his endless questions, and Hashirama would watch them play and feel a sadness that he could not explain, a premonition of loss that would prove to be more accurate than any prophecy. They never spoke of the future after their identities were revealed. They never made promises they could not keep. They simply existed in the space between war and peace, in the fragile bubble of their friendship, knowing that every moment was borrowed and every breath was temporary. When Madara's father discovered their meetings, he did not punish his son with violence. He punished him with stories. He told Madara about the Senju who had killed his uncles, his cousins, his grandfather. He made the history personal, made it visceral, made it impossible to ignore. And Madara, who had already lost so much, who had already buried two brothers and was watching a third waste away from wounds that would not heal, absorbed those stories like poison. He began to see Hashirama not as a friend but as a representative of everything that had taken his family from him. The transformation was gradual, almost imperceptible, but it was irreversible. By the time they met on the battlefield as adults, there was nothing left of the boys who had skipped stones. There were only two clan heads, two symbols of their people's hatred, two forces of nature that could not coexist. The battles between the Senju and Uchiha became legendary even as they were happening. Other clans would flee rather than be caught between them, recognizing that the conflict was not just war but something deeper, something older, something that spoke to the very nature of the shinobi world. Madara and Hashirama fought dozens of times, each battle ending in stalemate or narrow victory, each leaving scars that were more than physical. Hashirama's techniques would overwhelm Madara's fire, and Madara's Sharingan would see through Hashirama's strategies, and they would stand across from each other panting and bleeding and wondering why they could not stop, why they could not let go, why the world demanded their enmity even as their hearts demanded peace. It was during one of these battles, with Izuna dying in his arms, that Madara's eyes changed for the final time, that the Mangekyo became the eternal Mangekyo, that he crossed a threshold from which there was no return. Obito's time in Madara's cave was measured not in days but in transformations. The old man spoke to him of history, of the Uchiha's origins, of the Sage of Six Paths and the division of power that had created the shinobi world. He showed Obito the stone tablet that had been passed down through generations, its secrets readable only by the Sharingan and its deeper truths by the Rinnegan. He taught Obito about the nature of chakra, about the true purpose of the tailed beasts, about the lies that the villages told to keep their citizens docile and their enemies fearful. And slowly, imperceptibly, he began to reshape Obito's understanding of reality. The world was not a place of struggle and growth, Madara explained. It was a place of suffering and futility, where good people died for no reason and bad people prospered without consequence. The only escape was the dream. The only mercy was the illusion. And Obito, whose heart was already broken, whose spirit was already crushed, began to believe. The white zetsu that surrounded him in the cave were extensions of Madara's will, living weapons that had no identity of their own. They taught Obito how to use his new body, how to phase through solid objects, how to access the Kamui dimension that his Sharingan had unlocked. They sparred with him, tested him, pushed him to the limits of his new abilities. And when he was ready, when his body had healed and his mind had been sufficiently warped, Madara gave him his final mission. He would return to the world. He would watch. He would wait. And when the time was right, he would act. The Akatsuki would be his tool. The tailed beasts would be his weapons. And the moon would be his canvas, upon which he would paint a new reality where no one would ever have to suffer again. Itachi's time in the ANBU was a study in controlled chaos. He moved through the village like a shadow, completing missions that no one would acknowledge, eliminating threats that no one would admit existed. He learned to kill without hesitation, to suppress his emotions so completely that they became inaccessible even to him, to wear the mask of the perfect soldier while his heart screamed in silence. His captain, a man named Kakashi who wore a mask to hide his own Sharingan, recognized something in Itachi that made him uneasy. He saw the way Itachi looked at his targets, not with hatred or enjoyment but with a sadness that was almost paternal, as if he were mourning them even as he killed them. He saw the way Itachi returned from missions and sat alone for hours, staring at nothing, processing something that no one else could see. And he tried to reach out, to offer guidance, to prevent the boy from becoming the weapon that the village wanted him to be. But Itachi was already too far gone. He had seen the future. He knew what was coming. And he understood that his only value to the people in power was his willingness to do the unthinkable. The night before the massacre, Itachi walked through the compound one last time as a citizen rather than an executioner. He visited the places of his childhood, the training grounds where he had learned to throw shuriken, the river where he and Shisui had shared their dreams, the temple where the clan's history was recorded in stone. He stood before the monument to the Uchiha's founding and wondered if Madara had felt this way, this mixture of love and despair, this certainty that the only way to save his people was to destroy them. He ate dinner with his family, watching Sasuke practice the great fireball technique in the yard, watching his mother smile at her sons, watching his father preside over the table with the gravity of a man who knew his time was short. And he said nothing. He revealed nothing. He let them have their last night of peace, their last meal together, their last moment of normalcy before the world ended. Sasuke's training with Orochimaru was a descent into a different kind of darkness. The Sound Village was a place of experiments and mutations, where the boundaries between human and monster were constantly tested and regularly crossed. Orochimaru took an interest in Sasuke not because of his personality but because of his potential, because the Uchiha body was a vessel that could contain immense power, because the Sharingan was the ultimate tool for a man who sought immortality. He taught Sasuke the Chidori variants, the lightning techniques that could pierce any defense. He taught him to use the cursed seal, to draw power from the mark on his neck at the cost of his sanity. He taught him to suppress his emotions, to view people as tools, to prioritize strength over bonds. And Sasuke learned it all, absorbed it, let it become part of him because every new technique was a step closer to Itachi, every increase in power was a step closer to revenge. But even in the Sound Village, even under Orochimaru's tutelage, Sasuke could not completely suppress his humanity. He thought of Naruto during his training, of the way his teammate had refused to give up on him, of the promise they had made to each other on the hospital roof. He thought of Sakura, of her confession, of her tears, of the way she had looked at him with a love that he did not deserve and could not return. He thought of Kakashi, of the lessons about teamwork and loyalty, about the importance of protecting your comrades. These thoughts were weaknesses that Orochimaru tried to eliminate, cracks in the armor that Sasuke tried to seal. But they never fully disappeared. They lurked beneath the surface, waiting for the moment when the hatred burned out and something else could take its place. The battle between Sasuke and Itachi was not just a physical confrontation. It was a dialogue written in blood and chakra, a conversation that had been delayed for years and could no longer be postponed. Every technique Itachi used was a message. The Tsukuyomi was a reminder of the past, of the trauma that had defined Sasuke's existence. The Amaterasu was a demonstration of the present, of the gap that still existed between them. The Susanoo was a revelation of the future, of the power that Sasuke would have to surpass if he ever hoped to win. And Sasuke responded in kind, with Chidori and Kirin and the cursed seal, with every technique he had learned and every strategy he had devised. He showed Itachi how far he had come, how much he had grown, how little he resembled the terrified child who had watched his clan die. And in doing so, he showed Itachi something else. He showed him that the sacrifice had not been in vain, that the hatred had served its purpose, that Sasuke had become strong enough to survive without it. When Itachi's body finally failed him, when the disease that had been eating him from the inside finally claimed its due, Sasuke did not celebrate. He did not raise his arms in victory or laugh at his enemy's defeat. He stood in the rain and watched his brother die, and he felt the first crack in the wall of hatred that had surrounded his heart for a decade. It was a small crack, barely visible, but it was enough to let in a trickle of light. And that light, however faint, would eventually grow into something that could illuminate the truth. Tobi's revelation in the cave was not just a transfer of information. It was an act of psychological warfare, a deliberate attempt to break Sasuke's mind and rebuild it according to his own design. He spoke slowly, carefully, choosing each word for maximum impact, watching Sasuke's reactions with the patience of a man who had nothing but time. He described Itachi's meetings with the elders, the way Danzo had presented the ultimatum, the way Itachi had begged for Sasuke's life with tears in his eyes. He described the massacre in detail, not as a madman's rampage but as a surgical operation, each death calculated to prevent alarm, each body positioned to minimize evidence. He described Itachi's years in the Akatsuki, the way he had played the villain while secretly protecting Konoha from the shadows, the way he had refused to kill Sasuke despite numerous opportunities, the way he had pushed his brother to hate him because love would have been too dangerous. And he described Itachi's final moments, the way he had poked Sasuke's forehead one last time, the way he had died with a smile, the way he had loved his brother until the very end. Sasuke listened to all of this in a state of shock that went beyond emotion. He felt as if he were floating outside his own body, watching himself from a distance, unable to process the information fast enough to keep up with the words. The Itachi he had known, the monster, the murderer, the traitor, was gone, replaced by a martyr, a saint, a brother who had loved him more than himself. And in his place, Sasuke found a new monster. Konoha. The village that had ordered the massacre. The system that had made it necessary. The world that had turned his brother into a killer and then condemned him for killing. The rage that filled Sasuke in that moment was not hot but cold, not explosive but crystalline, a perfect diamond of hatred that had no flaws and no weaknesses. He would destroy them all. He would make them pay. He would tear down the village and salt the earth and ensure that no one ever forgot what they had done to the Uchiha. The reanimation arc brought Itachi back to the world of the living in a form that was both blessing and curse. The Edo Tensei body was perfect in its preservation, showing no signs of the disease that had killed him, but it was also a prison, a cage of another's will that denied him the peace of death. He fought against the control with every fiber of his being, using the techniques he had learned in life to minimize the damage he caused, to protect the innocent, to buy time for a solution. And when he finally broke free, when Shirsui's eye activated within Naruto and the command to protect Konoha overrode Kabuto's control, Itachi felt a freedom that was almost physical, almost spiritual. He was himself again. He could choose. He could act. And he chose to find his brother. The cave where they met was a place of endings. The air was thick with the chakra of the reanimation technique, with the smell of decay and power, with the presence of something unnatural that should not have existed. Kabuto hid in the shadows, watching, waiting, confident that his technique was invincible, that his army of the dead was unstoppable. But Kabuto had never faced two Uchiha fighting together. He had never seen the Susanoo and the Kirin combine, the Genjutsu and the Ninjutsu working in harmony, the bond between brothers translated into battlefield superiority. Itachi and Sasuke moved as one, their techniques complementing each other, their strategies anticipating each other's needs, their presence filling the cave with a light that was not physical but spiritual, the light of a clan that had finally found unity in its last moments. When Kabuto fell, when the technique was sealed, Itachi knew that his time was ending. He could feel the Edo Tensei releasing its hold, feel his soul being pulled back to the pure land, feel the warmth of true death approaching. And he used his last moments not to fight but to teach. He taught Sasuke that the Uchiha were not defined by their eyes or their curse but by their choices, by their capacity to love even in the face of impossible odds. He taught him that strength was not the ability to destroy but the ability to protect, not the power to kill but the will to save. He taught him that the past could not be changed but the future could be shaped, that hatred was a choice and not a destiny, that the cycle of vengeance could end with him if he had the courage to let it go. And then he poked Sasuke's forehead one last time, and he smiled, and he dissolved into light. The gesture was simple, almost childish, but it carried the weight of a lifetime of love and sacrifice. It was an apology for the lies. A celebration of the truth. A farewell that was also a beginning. And as the light faded, as the cave returned to darkness, Sasuke Uchiha stood alone with the memory of his brother's touch and the knowledge that he had been loved, truly and completely, by the one person he had spent his life hating. The tragedy of the Uchiha clan was complete. It had taken generations to unfold, had consumed countless lives, had destroyed families and friendships and futures. But in its completion, there was also a kind of peace. The cycle that had begun with Madara and Hashirama, that had continued through Obito and Rin, that had culminated in Itachi and Sasuke, had finally reached its end. The brothers had found each other. The truth had been revealed. The sacrifice had been honored. And the future, though uncertain, was no longer bound by the chains of the past. Sasuke would go on to make his own choices, to forge his own path, to carry the weight of his clan's history without letting it crush him. He would never forget Itachi. He would never forget the massacre. He would never forget the love that had destroyed his world and the hatred that had rebuilt it. But he would also remember the forehead poke. The smile. The light. The release. And in remembering, he would find the strength to do what Itachi had always wanted him to do. To live. To be free. To be more than the last Uchiha. To be Sasuke. The Uchiha clan was gone, but their story remained. A story of love and loss, of sacrifice and redemption, of the terrible price of peace and the even more terrible cost of war. A story that would be told for generations, that would warn the world about the dangers of fear and the power of love, that would remind everyone who heard it that the greatest tragedies are born not from hatred but from the inability to bear its absence. The complete Uchiha clan tragedy was over. But its lessons would echo through history, through the shinobi world, through the hearts of everyone who had ever loved enough to lose, and lost enough to understand. The rain that fell on the night of the massacre was not ordinary rain. It was the kind of rain that comes when the sky itself is weeping, when the clouds gather not out of meteorological necessity but out of cosmic grief, when the heavens look down upon the earth and find the sight too terrible to bear. It fell on the Uchiha compound with a heaviness that seemed personal, that seemed to seek out the blood and wash it away, to cleanse the streets of the evidence of what had been done. But blood does not wash away so easily. It seeps into stone. It stains the soil. It becomes part of the earth itself, part of the memory of the place, part of the tragedy that would haunt Konoha for generations. The rain fell on Itachi as he stood in the center of the inferno, and it mixed with the blood on his face, and for a moment, just a moment, he could not tell the difference between the tears of the sky and the tears he had forbidden himself to shed. Sasuke ran through that rain without feeling it. He ran through streets that had become rivers, past houses that had become tombs, toward a home that had become a grave. He did not notice the cold. He did not notice the wet. He noticed only the smoke, the fire, the silence that was louder than any explosion. And when he found Itachi standing in the doorway, when he saw the blood and the eyes and the expression that was not human, he felt something inside him die. Not his body. His body would survive, would grow, would become strong. But his childhood died in that doorway. His innocence died in that fire. His trust died in his brother's eyes. And in their place was born something harder, something colder, something that would define the rest of his existence. The years that followed were measured not in time but in distance. The distance between Sasuke and his teammates. The distance between Sasuke and his village. The distance between Sasuke and the person he had been before the massacre. He trained with a single-mindedness that frightened those around him, not because of its intensity but because of its emptiness. He did not train to become the best. He trained to become capable. Capable of killing Itachi. Capable of surviving the encounter. Capable of enduring whatever his brother threw at him. Every technique was a step. Every mission was a preparation. Every breath was a countdown to the moment when he would finally face the monster who had destroyed his world. And when that moment came, when he finally stood across from Itachi in that hideout in the land of lightning, he realized that he had never truly been ready. No amount of training could prepare him for the reality of his brother's eyes. No amount of hatred could shield him from the love that still lurked beneath the surface. No amount of preparation could make him immune to the confusion that gripped him when Itachi's Susanoo faltered, when the invincible villain became the dying brother, when the monster became the martyr. Sasuke had spent his life preparing for a battle. He had not prepared for the truth. He had not prepared for the possibility that everything he believed was wrong, that his hatred was misplaced, that his revenge was built on a foundation of lies. The truth, when it came, did not set him free. It imprisoned him in a different way. If Itachi was not the villain, then Sasuke's entire life had been wasted on a false target. If the village was the villain, then Sasuke had been serving the very system that had destroyed his family. If the system was the villain, then there was no easy target, no single person to blame, no simple revenge to satisfy his hunger. The truth complicated everything. It turned his black and white world into shades of gray that he could not navigate, could not understand, could not accept. And so he chose a new target. The village. The elders. The system. Anything that would give his hatred a direction, a purpose, a reason to continue. But in the cave, during the reanimation, something changed. Itachi did not try to justify his actions. He did not make excuses or offer explanations. He simply apologized for the lie. He acknowledged that he had been wrong to carry the burden alone. He admitted that his love, however pure, had become a prison for both of them. And in that admission, in that moment of vulnerability from a man who had never shown weakness, Sasuke found something he had not expected. Forgiveness. Not for Itachi's actions, which could never be forgiven. But for Itachi himself, for the boy who had loved too much, for the man who had sacrificed everything, for the brother who had tried to protect him in the only way he knew how. The forehead poke in that cave was different from all the others. It was not a dismissal. It was not a postponement. It was a connection, a touch that bridged the years of separation, the decades of misunderstanding, the lifetime of tragedy. It was Itachi saying goodbye and I love you and I'm sorry all at once, in a language that needed no words. And when Itachi dissolved into light, when his body became particles that rose toward the sky, Sasuke felt the weight lift. Not completely. Not permanently. But enough to breathe. Enough to think. Enough to choose. He chose to honor Itachi's sacrifice not by destroying the village but by protecting it from the shadows, by becoming the Hokage that Itachi had never been able to become, by ensuring that no other child would ever have to make the choice that Itachi had made. He chose to break the cycle. To end the tragedy. To be the last Uchiha not in the sense of extinction but in the sense of completion, of finality, of closure. The Uchiha clan's story was a tragedy. But it was also a love story. A story about what people will do for the ones they love, about the lengths they will go to protect them, about the sacrifices they will make and the prices they will pay. Madara loved Izuna enough to destroy the world. Obito loved Rin enough to end it. Itachi loved Sasuke enough to become a monster. And Sasuke loved Itachi enough to forgive him. In the end, love was both the curse and the cure. It was the disease and the medicine. It was the tragedy and the redemption. The complete Uchiha clan tragedy ended not with death but with life. Not with hatred but with understanding. Not with destruction but with the possibility of something new. The clan was gone, but their legacy remained. Not in their eyes or their techniques or their history, but in the hearts of those who remembered them, who learned from them, who vowed never to repeat their mistakes. And in that legacy, in that memory, in that promise, the Uchiha found a kind of immortality that no jutsu could provide. They found peace.